I got you a present. I got you 3 of them, actually.
Well, good afternoon. It's 1:30, May 12th, Monday. Welcome to our budget workshop session. And first of all, I would like to go ahead and call this to order, and I would like to have our clerk to please call the roll.
Supervisor Abe Koga. Here. Supervisor Jung.
Here.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Rennes. Absent. President Lee.
Good afternoon, President, as well.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So first, I would like to say if you're in the chambers requiring the Spanish or Vietnamese translation, our translation devices are available at the back of the chambers. The clerk can assist you with the setup. Translation is also available in Zoom using the interpretation button. Additionally, as a gentle reminder for public commenters staff and those of us on the dais, please speak clearly and at a measured pace directly into the microphone to ensure accurate translation. And may I ask Supervisor Abe Koga to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please join me in standing if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. So next item is the item reserved for members of public to address the board on any items that is not on today's agenda. So public who wish to address the board on items not on the agenda should request to speak at this time. Please go ahead and fill out a speaker card and return it to a clerk. And we will call up to 30 names now. Then the remainder names will then be called at the end of the agenda, if any. In-person speaker will be called first, followed by Zoom speakers, and no further requests to speak will be accepted under the continued public comment. I want to remind the public on Zoom, as soon as the first speaker in the chamber starts speaking, no more speakers will be taken. During the public comment, to respect everyone's comment, we do not allow applause or boos, please. To show your support, you could raise and shake your hands quietly. I just want to say thank you for your cooperation to keep our meeting moving orderly. All right, clerk, good afternoon. How many speakers do we have today?
We have 10 speaker cards in chambers and 2 hands raised on Zoom for a total of 12.
And these are speakers not on the items on the agenda, correct?
These are people who have turned in speaker cards for item number 3. Yes.
Okay, total of 12, you said, yes?
Correct.
All right, holding at 12, let's do 2 minutes each.
All right, and we will close the queue at this time. Starting with our in-person speakers, we have Ken Horowitz, Dashiell Meyer, Annette Wright, Peter Mullen, Kevin Lee, Michelle Weimer. Stop there. Please go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Ken Horowitz, and I'm with your Health Advisory Commission, and I'm going to plug in a plug for advisory commissions in general, and I want to speak specifically about our Health Advisory Commission. We're made up of all people from your districts, physicians, doctors, nurses, dentists, lay people as well. And I wanted to say that what these commissions do is we offer a different perspective on the way things are running in the county. And most often we take a fresher look at things. And I think in these times of uncertainties, financial uncertainties, it's really good to have that outside look. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about our Health Advisory Commission because healthcare is a big topic today. And we feel that a different look at things are necessary in the county. We don't feel that just right-sizing is the sole answer for many of these problems. And what's really needed is to start to do things differently. And I brought a book here called Good Energy, and it's written by Casey Means. She's from Stanford, but I don't know if you read in the paper, but she's just been nominated to be our U.S. Surgeon General. And she talks a lot about healthcare and about functional and integrative medicine. And this is the shift that we kind of need in the county, to start looking at medicine in a different perspective. And we feel our functional integrative pilot project that we presented is financially sustainable. And I'm hopeful that this will happen in this 2025-2026 budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Mullen. I'm here to advocate for Special Olympics. My wife and I have 3 children. My oldest 2 sons have autism, intellectual disabilities, epilepsy, and a long list of things. My youngest son is also losing his vision to retinitis pigmentosa. The boys graduated from San Jose Unified School District at the age of 22. People refer to that as the cliff, the point at which this community and circle of support that has surrounded them for their entire lives falls away. They all of a sudden don't have friends that they see every day. They don't have anybody other than their moms and dads that are there to help support them. Thankfully, we found the Special Olympics. The Special Olympics was there, a safe place where we could see our sons rebuild their relationships, learn to advocate for themselves, build skills, and rebuild that community. I, as a volunteer for Special Olympics, found the same happen to me. Not only was it a place for my sons to be the best version of themselves, but it was a place where I could be the best version of myself. Without the Special Olympics, there would be a massive void in our lives, and we would be there trying to fill it for ourselves. I'm here today to, again, advocate for funding for the Special Olympics, because by teaching my sons how to build relationships, how to build community, we're making our community not only a better place, but a sustainable community where they can be a viable member. So thank you for your time and for your funding.
Hi, my name is Annette Wright, and I've been blessed and fortunate to have a son, Bryce, who is a member and athlete at Special Olympics. Today I wear the purple shirt from his swim team this year, and I wear a couple of medals that he's won from both basketball and track and field. And I want to speak today on behalf of the Special Olympics of California. Special Olympics is very important to my family because it gives Bryce the opportunity to grow and develop as an athlete, who's 19 years old now, but also as a teammate and a person, as a previous speaker mentioned as well, to develop friendships in this organization as well. Without Special Olympics, I think Bryce's capabilities and abilities to participate in sports will be limited. I simply can't go to the YMCA, to a sports club, to a swim club, and sign him up for a sport, because I'd be signing him up with peers in his age group. And Bryce requires a little extra attention, extra instruction, and a lot of patience. So Special Olympics has given him this, in addition to the friendships and the teammates. And I'd like him to continue his love of sports and his ability to meet, grow, and develop with members of his peers and teammates. So today I'm asking you to support the Special Olympics of California and to support families and the intellectual disability community. So thank you for your time today.
If I can call a few more names: Daniel B., Jody Williams, Brian Bertassini, Fatima Moreno.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Michelle Weimer. I'm a board member of the Special Olympics of Northern California, as well as having a daughter in the program. When we first got the diagnosis that our daughter would have Down syndrome, there was a feeling of hopelessness. There was a feeling of disbelief in all of the things that the internet told us she would never be able to accomplish. Thankfully, we were introduced to the Special Olympics when she was young. And we have found in this Special Olympics a community that is unlike any other. Not only does it give a sense of belonging, a sense of sport, a sense of competition, it also is an integrator. It integrates the society. One of her basketball coaches is sitting here, Officer Jody Williams, who spends her weekends coaching these individuals with intellectual disabilities. We run a torch run with the police officers from around the community every single year. We just hosted a bocce tournament that brought together 49ers, Earthquakes, San Jose Giants, San Fran Giants, and the Sharks, all who came to compete with Special Olympics athletes in the community at large. These programs go so much further than just helping young people. They help the entire spectrum of the intellectual disability community. They provide services that are preventative in nature, healthcare screenings. They provide unifying events within schools and school districts. And they provide community events that offer volunteer opportunities for people at large, certainly for high school students, where they grow in their sense of community. They grow in their sense of empathy, and they grow relationally. These programs are incredibly well leveraged, and they are actually a cost saving to the community. So we humbly ask that you consider putting funding back into the budget this year for the Special Olympics of Northern California. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kevin Lee, and I serve as the Senior Manager of Government Relations and Advocacy for Special Olympics Northern California. I'm here today to ask for your continued support of our work, since we aren't currently reflected in the budget. Just 1 year ago, I was sitting in those seats to the right, taking notes besides my friends and former colleagues from the 10th floor. After 7 years of serving this very board, including my former boss, Supervisor Otto Lee, hi Otto, I spent the past 9 months witnessing firsthand the transformative work of Special Olympics Northern California. Our sports programs uplifts a community that too often feels overlooked, offering belonging through the joy of competition. Our schools program teaches students across the county empathy and courage to stand up for one another, regardless of cognitive ability. And our Healthy Athletes program supports not just physical, but mental well-being. Since 2017, we've partnered with this county to fill critical gaps for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I humbly ask that you allow this meaningful partnership to continue. Thank you.
I'm Joshua Meyer. I am a Special Olympics athlete, trained athlete leader, health messenger, and global ambassador. I play on the San Jose Earthquakes Unified Soccer team. Special Olympics is a huge part of my life. The sports practices keep me healthy and let me see my friends. As a part of the Health Messenger program, I help train medical and dental students to be able to work with patients with intellectual disabilities. I used my Special Olympics training when I spoke at the United Nations about health equity for people with Down syndrome. Special Olympics is so much more than sports. Please keep funding this program, which vastly improves our lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Fatima Moreno. I'm a dispatcher with 9 years of experience at Santa Clara County and Dispatcher of the Year for 2020 and 2023. As an SEIU 521 member, I represent a team that works around the clock to represent and serve our residents. We currently operate with only 60 certified dispatchers who must fill 37 critical staffing positions daily. This leaves very little room for rest, coverage, and flexibility. Our center relies heavily on mandatory overtime just to keep functioning. We do this work because we care, but the expectation that we can continue to shoulder increasing responsibility without breaking is unrealistic, unsafe, and fiscally irresponsible. With the county proposing to add more volume and more complex coordination duties from South County and the Region 2, we already strained staff is expected to take on even more. What was once a specialized role, supported by dedicated teams, is now being tacked on to our core workload, with no consultation, no added staff, and no preparation. This is not how emergency communications need to be handled. We cannot serve the public well if we're operating at maximum capacity 24/7. The public deserves a safe and effective emergency communication system, and that begins with a workforce that's respected and supported. Please stand with us and demand that these duties be fairly bargained and responsibly implemented. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Lee, Vice President Reyes, Supervisors. Yesterday's Mercury News ran a story about a new South Bay co-op that is planting seeds to empower female farm workers. I was really touched by this story as a child growing up in the Evergreen area doing farm work. This story is one of achieving the American dream, a dream of a better future. A story of Marie Cantillon, whose path was from third-generation farm worker to farm owner to organic farming entrepreneur. I want to thank Vice President Reyes for her leadership in helping make a dream become a reality, and I'm prayerful that this co-op will be supported and it will grow from 10 acres to 100 acres, from 100 acres to 1,000 acres, and beyond. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Daniel. Timothy Shriver, Chairman of Special Olympics, said, I challenge each of you to further my mother's work and vision. Reach out to a person with intellectual disabilities who every day is looking for hope, love, and opportunity. Special Olympics is important to me because they give everyone an opportunity to write their own story. You are written as heroes. Because of you, you are a part of our success. I'm an ambassador, leader, health messenger, a competitor, church volunteer writer, and a Padawan care provider. Soon, I will be a licensed drone pilot and a college student. Because of your support, I am more than an Olympian. With your help, we can keep our programs running. Will you be the hero and reach out to a person with intellectual disabilities to provide hope, love, and opportunity? Thank you, and see you at the Summer Games.
Good afternoon. My name is Jody. As you can see, I'm a lieutenant with San Jose Police Department. I'm also a torch runner, running the Flame of Hope to raise funds and awareness during the law enforcement torch run for Special Olympics. For over 20 years of involvement, I have seen the amazing good Special Olympics does for some of our most vulnerable members of our community. Sorry, I'm not as eloquent as Dashiell and Daniel are. They offer free athletic training, schools programs, healthy athletes, and leadership training. Our athletes have gone to Washington, D.C. to speak about the value of the program, to also ask for funding. Special Olympics is more than just sports. It's life lessons, training, teaching teamwork, friendship, and family. As law enforcement, I know the importance of these programs and the benefit to society as a whole. The budget shouldn't be cut. In fact, it should be expanded for this program. Please include Special Olympics in your budget.
President Lee, I have one more speaker card that I think may have been intended for item number 3. It is referencing the Special Olympics. With
Yes,
the
please,
group.
go ahead.
I'm having a little trouble reading the handwriting. Looks like the pen ran out mid-signing. So I think last name Hull.
No worries, take your time.
Sorry. All right. Do I push this?
No, you could just speak right to the podium. Thank you, we could hear you.
Good
loud and clear.
afternoon,
Good afternoon.
board and chambers, and Susan. Hello, my name is Jennifer Hall, but I go by the nickname of J-Lo. I am a special Olympic athlete leader from here in Santa Clara. I've been doing Special Olympics for 33 years. I'm on the board of Special Olympics on things. I'm on the Poland Law Enforcement Torch Run and stuff like that. I do love Special Olympics because it makes me feel good and it makes me exercise and meeting new people. And one thing I love about it is all the coaches and all the athletes and people that are wanting to do about the budget about Special Olympics, because Special Olympics is amazing for athletes. You know, I meet people and I like when I see them running at the track and at the finish line, they're always happy and stuff like that. One thing I like is it doesn't matter if you're a winner or a loser for Special Olympics. It matters that you're a winner no matter what. Like our oath said, let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave and attempt. Please support special and people with disabilities. Thank you for your time, for listening to me today, and you have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to our Zoom speakers.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
Our first speaker on Zoom is Resident. Please accept the unmute.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. I'd like to speak in support of doing a better job with our budget to protect our children. My own children are being sexually molested and I cannot get a screening for them. And that's because there's a conflict of interest and somebody wants the sexual abuse to continue. And that shouldn't be an excuse to provide a screening for my children. Every child in this county deserves to be protected. In addition, the district attorney's office is helping to conceal the sexual abuse of my children and allowing the people who are sex trafficking my children to assault me. I've suffered great bodily harm because of this. And this, I mean, everybody that's listening to this right now is contributing to the sex trafficking of my kids. I mean, the district attorney's office is taking your tax dollars and helping these people to sex traffic my kids. And I know this might sound ludicrous to everybody listening, but if you Google Valerie Houghton sex trafficking, Houghton, I outlined on several websites what's going on. I put pictures of my injuries, and it's just a shame that we're allowing this, it's evil to go on in this county, and that the county, the people that we elect and the people that we pay are supporting this evil. We really do have a problem in this county about protecting our children. We had 3 children die in a span of 1 year. And I mean, this is just, enough is enough. No more molested kids, no more physically abused kids, no more neglected kids. Please, let's stop it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next
I
speaker
just want
is...
to make a quick comment to make sure for the public to know that California law certainly prohibits any disclosure of information relating to investigation of suspected child abuse and neglect. As a result, we are not authorized by law to speak to specifics of any particular case nor the results of an investigation of the case publicly, including when allegations were made as part of public comment. California law also requires that child welfare departments immediately cross-report physical and sexual abuse of children to law enforcement and the district attorney so that swift action can be taken when needed. And I want to make sure the public can be assured that our county does take all allegations of child abuse and neglect seriously and takes appropriate action. And that includes rapid and cross-agency responses to such allegations by the Department of Family and Children's Services, local law enforcement, the Child Advocacy Center, and the district attorney. Thank you, Clark. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Paul Soto. Paul Soto, are you there? One last try for Paul Soto.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to the Special Olympics. I hope the board considers the comments that were made by the Special Olympics. Secondly, I'd like to talk about what Dr. Horowitz was talking about with respect to health. Now, Dr. Sarah Cody, your doctor, stated racism is a public health issue. So I don't care, I don't want to hear any kind of interpretation of like what that means. I know what it means. What it means is that this county and this city has been racist in the application of its policies as it relates to Mexicans, not Latinos. We are Mexicans, we're Chicanos as well. So I take very much disrespect when a Chicano is referenced as a Latino, because we're not. We're Chicanos. So what I'd like to know is, what is your policy going to be towards this identifiable group? of Chicanos and Mexicans, not Latinos. Now, Sylvia Arenas's Latino report states that 81% of the citizens in this county identify as Mexicans, not Latinos. So you're disrespecting us by referencing 81% of you are referencing 81% of the majority as Latinos. We're Mexicans, we are Chicanos, and I'm demanding that you reference us as such. And I want to see it reflected in your budget allocations. If not,
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. After we finish the public comment period, we'll go over to item number 4, which is our county executives recommended budget, an overview of the budget. And so before I turn things actually over to county executive and county budget director, I would like to take a moment to first thank them and all of our county departments for the very hard work and dedication for this very difficult period. The county executive and the office of budget analysts have worked tirelessly to produce a recommended budget that reflects the challenges we are currently facing from the federal policy shifts and anticipates what may lie ahead. For the general public, our county budget is developed through a careful and strategic planning process with a focus of aligning resources to meet the needs of our residents and our community. We are potentially facing a loss of $3.7 billion in federal funding. Our team is working diligently to adjust and prepare for the impact of these anticipated reductions. And there's certainly a great deal of uncertainty, from federal policy to state-level decisions, which directly affects local conditions, including inflation, trade policy, labor markets, and more. Currently, we're navigating $70 million in ongoing revenue losses, from which $59.6 million in ongoing general fund backfill, $10.3 million in ongoing expenditure reductions, and $15.8 million in one-time federal revenue anticipated through September 30th. While our goal remains to deliver a balanced budget, we know that adjustments will be necessary as we navigate during the budget workshops. And we remain committed to the core values of our county services, especially our role as a safety net provider for all residents in the greatest needs in our county. Our community voices are meaningfully included in shaping decisions that impact our residents, and therefore I'll go ahead and defer to James Williams, our county executive, Esquiel Vega, our county budget director, to provide the overview of the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 recommended budget. Here you go, James.
Thank you, President Lee. Good afternoon, members of the board, members of the public. I want to also introduce Ezequiel Vega, our county budget director, who's participating in his first budget process here at the county, and want to begin by following up on the words of gratitude that you expressed, Supervisor Lee, first to Ezequiel and the OBA team that's worked really tirelessly to put this recommended budget together. I want to specifically acknowledge Greg Guturi, our former budget director, who was pivotal these last few months in helping us navigate the analysis necessary to understand federal funding related impacts across our departments, much of which information is maintained in a somewhat decentralized manner in terms of specifically understanding the particulars of every federal grant. And so that was tireless work, and extend my appreciation to him. And also to our county departments who've worked, I think, very hard to bring forward thoughtful proposals in the context of a very challenging overall fiscal environment. And so at the outset here, I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about the big picture strategy that was involved in putting together this recommended budget, in how we thought through some of the unprecedented layers of uncertainty that impact the budget that has been put together and presented to the board for review, and then we can move on from there through economic overview and some other pieces as well. If we can go to the next slide, please. So first, I just want to acknowledge, I think things start and always have to be centered with the service delivery that we provide as an organization. It is our 175th anniversary as a county. And even in the context of really extraordinary changes that may happen, including changes that may come our way to core safety net, healthcare, and social services programs from the federal level. We remain steadfast in our commitment, and indeed, every member of this board strongly affirmed that earlier this morning as we unveiled our One County, One Future campaign, our steadfast commitment to all residents in our county and to preserving our core safety net services. Next slide, please. So the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26 is a structurally balanced budget. You'll hear a little bit later about the 5-year forecast, but it is a structurally balanced budget. And we have aimed at a high level, and I'll talk in a little bit more detail about this, to focus on preservation of core services, including backfill of some areas where we anticipate some federal cuts. Now, it's a $3.6 billion gross appropriation budget. Now, you may ask, how is it this is a bigger number than the current year budget? That's true. For one thing, it reflects a full year's operation of Regional Medical Center, very significant new operation that, of course, was not included in last year's adopted budget, but we do have a few months of the operation that were added or augmented to the budget, with us assuming ownership and responsibility of operation on April 1st. So that's one big reason. But in general, when we talk about deficits or gaps in funding, what we're talking about is the difference between the rate of expenditure growth, meaning the costs that we have, whether it's labor and benefit-related costs or services and supply costs, and the revenue growth. And a lot of our revenue funding streams, their growth is capped. I'll give you just one specific example. Our most significant source of local revenues, property taxes. And under Proposition 13, not only is that rate a fixed rate, but unless there's a change in ownership for property, that amount, the assessed value, cannot grow by more than 2% a year. And so even if inflation or other costs are rising higher than 2%, as we all know has been the case for several years now, that revenue stream, which again is our most significant local tax revenue stream, that growth rate for those baseline properties is capped at that 2% CPI. So that's what we talk about when we refer to the fact that we've had the last couple years a general fund gap. It's that gap between the growth in revenue and the growth in expenditures costs that we face, whether it's utility costs or health insurance costs or many, many, many others. And that's also what we mean when we look at other critical revenue streams that we face, whether they're state or federal. And I'll talk a lot more about those in a minute. Next slide, please. So what makes this recommended budget particularly challenging? It's the multiple layers of uncertainty that we're grappling with. It's not just one program, one aspect, or one facet. It's multifaceted, and the impacts have the potential to be cumulative and compounding. What do I mean by that? Well, we're going to talk a little bit more in a second about federal funding impacts. As the board knows, and as many of you know in the public, 30% of the county's revenues are federal or federally derived. It's one of our most significant funding streams. But on top of federal impacts, we are quite concerned about what might come our way later this week, for instance, in the May revise, and state budget impacts. Counties, as subdivisions of the state with the responsibility for the administration of a number of critical state-related programs, are deeply entwined fiscally with the state, and so impacts from the state budget very quickly translate into impacts at the county level. But there's several other aspects that loom on the horizon that contribute to fiscal uncertainty too. We have radical changes in global trade policy that reflect a view and perspective of global trade that hasn't been shared in this country for nearly 100 years. Significant inflation that in part is related to those impacts. Significant softening in the local economy, in part also based on the fact that we are an international hub for commerce, and that is part of our engine of economic growth here in Silicon Valley. overall labor market conditions that are also affected by those same inflationary factors, and the significant pressures that we're facing related to health insurance and pension costs, some of which are outlined in significant detail in the budget book itself, but that continue to loom on the horizon for us as very significant year-over-year percentage cost increases borne by the county organization. So these are stacking layers of uncertainty that collectively can impact all of our revenue streams, not just federal revenue streams. And I wanted to note that because while some of these are factors that we're always cognizant of, what makes this budget process challenging is that there's the real potential for these impacts to be cumulative on top of each other and affect some of the very same funding programs that support our critical safety net services. Next slide, please. So how have we approached trying to deal with this uncertainty at a big picture strategic level? Well, first, we begin with kind of our core goals that we've shared previously with the board, prioritizing safety net services and programs, ensuring that we're meeting legal and other mandates, protecting critical operations, and also minimizing impacts on workforce. I'll speak to that in a couple slides. In looking at bridging the gap, we always look first to revenue-related opportunities. They're limited because we have limits, significant legal constraints associated with things like cost recovery fees, but we continue to have some opportunities, and there are a number of proposals in the budget related to those. Continued organizational and operational efficiencies, and significant with respect to looming federal cuts, prioritizing support for critical safety net related services. Now, with respect to our federal funding, you can kind of think of it in three different tranches. So the largest set of our federal funding is what I describe to folks as the swimming pool. It's about $2.9 billion in this current year's budget in primarily healthcare funding, Medicare and Medicaid, $1.9 billion of which is specifically Medicaid funding. That's our largest single federal source of funding. Now, we are in the midst of a federal congressional discussion around Medicaid. Just early this morning, House Republicans announced that they have reached a proposal that they intend to try to move forward through the congressional process that cuts $715 billion over the next decade out of Medicaid funding. That proposal, which of course we're going to be vigorously pushing back against, includes a number of very concerning components that could have a significant effect on the county's Medicaid funding stream. For example, the proposal includes provisions to penalize states that through 100% state dollars have chosen to extend health insurance coverage to undocumented families. Not only is this a morally bankrupt approach, it's a fiscally bankrupt approach too, because it could mean depriving and throwing off of health coverage families who then would lose the ability to treat at a lower cost to get preventative care and to treat chronic conditions. So we're very concerned about the state's response to that potential proposal, above and beyond the state's own response to state-funded Medi-Cal that we're anxiously awaiting what the governor may propose in the May revise. But there are a number of other changes that are concerning too. Work rule and redetermination requirements that would require a significant portion of Medicaid families to go through the approval process, redetermination process twice a year instead of once a year, and impose work rules. Now, the states that experimented with some work rules in the past, for example, in Alabama, had a 39% drop in adult Medicaid enrollment as a result of those rules. Not necessarily, by the way, because those folks were not eligible, but just because of how difficult it was to go through the process. We could easily face hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenues associated with families losing Medicaid coverage if those federal changes go into effect, and increased general fund costs because we would, of course, continue to provide emergency and other health care, including access to primary care, to these families through general fund contribution to the health system. So we will, of course, have further assessments as these things move through the process, but I don't think we can proceed with the conversation even today without a discussion of what is currently being discussed by the House Energy and Commerce Committee and was unveiled just this morning. There's a number of other related changes we're concerned about, including provisions that would prevent the benefits that we were expecting from Proposition 35, the increase in the managed care tax, from benefiting our system and others, changes to cap directed payments and supplemental Medicaid payments, changes to also cap certain fees and other things. We, of course, need to sort through the details in these proposals, but the bottom line is this. The House Republicans are trying to move forward with a whole litany of very significant cuts that, make no mistake, would have major consequences on benefits and access to health care. It's not waste, fraud, and abuse. These are core, significant, meaningful cuts that would affect healthcare service delivery. That being said, huge amount of uncertainty. In the recommended budget, we have assumed no current changes in Medicaid funding. And the reason for that is, of course, not only are we going to push back on what happens at the federal level, we're going to also be pushing back in Sacramento, and we're going to see how that evolves. But I have to name that very explicitly because obviously the level of impact that could have this fall, for example, on our budget could be quite significant. And that is not something that is accounted for in the recommended budget in front of the board. Again, that's the biggest, single largest source of our federal funding. Our second major federal revenue stream is social services funding. These are a variety of critical programs that are essential for the most vulnerable families in our community. At the federal level, TANF and SNAP and other related social services funding streams. Again, the House Republicans have called for significant cuts to these programs, and we will have to see what happens through the reconciliation process. Again, like Medicaid, these are joint federal-state programs, and so Sacramento will have difficult decisions to make regarding how it implements whatever reductions come our way from the federal level. Our county, like the other 57 counties in California, is an agent of the state in the administration of these critical social services benefits. And so we anticipate that whatever does happen, which will happen after the close of our budget process, but might require, again, similar to Medicaid, revisiting things during the course of the upcoming fiscal year, that whatever happens and is directed by the state in response to those federal actions will be likely uniform across the 58 counties in California. And so for the recommended budget, we've assumed no changes in social services funding. It's about $400 million in our current year budget. So I refer to this as the bathtub. So we have the swimming pool, we have the bathtub. Our final source of federal funding is a whole range of federal grants and other funding streams. Now, when we talk about federal grants, we don't tend to be talking about programs that are competitive applications. We're largely talking about programs that are specifically appropriated by Congress for certain purposes, that are distributed by certain entitlement formulas, often based on population or other related criteria. Like Medicaid and social services funding, most of this funding flows via the state, but some of it is direct federal funding. For instance, direct grant agreements that our public health department has with CDC. It is this category of funding, I refer to it as the bucket to kind of give you a sense of magnitude, that is about $70 million ongoing in our current budget, that we have tried to proactively and strategically tackle in the recommended budget. We've done so for a variety of reasons. First, we've already seen disruptions to some of this federal funding. For example, some of our grants from the CDC have already been terminated, and other grants from the CDC via the California Department of Public Health have been terminated. We've also seen a litany of funding conditions that have been sought to be imposed on these funding streams. Now, let me be very clear. We are challenging these actions in court through the great work of our county counsel's office. In fact, we've obtained, in some cases, some immediate relief, for instance, from some of the grant conditions associated with so-called sanctuary jurisdictions or related to our HUD continuum of care funding. And we will continue as an organization to vigorously pursue all legal avenues to push back on what in many cases are pretty egregiously unconstitutional efforts to tie federal funding to other policy aims in ways that violate the 10th Amendment or other core constitutional provisions. That being said, we've also seen that this federal administration has weaponized federal funding and withheld federal funding in violation of court injunctions, has threatened and withheld federal funding from universities, has threatened law firms and other entities in ways that are not just unprecedented, but really get to the core of essential American values around due process, executive power, and the structure of our government. What we're doing in this recommended budget is not turning away any federal funding that we're entitled to. What we are doing in the recommended budget that we're proposing is to proactively remove from the base those funding streams that we believe are at such risk so that the Trump administration isn't dictating to us which programs and services would be cut, and so that that funding stream, which includes all of our direct federal funding, can't be weaponized in the way we've seen against other institutions. And so you'll see in the recommended budget a number of changes related to this last piece of federal funding. And even though it is the smallest of those three categories, as I've remarked to folks, you can drown in 2 inches of water. And so even though it's the bucket, we are proactively tackling this source of risk and strategically mitigating it for our organization so that even though we know we're going to have to deal with very challenging situations associated with Medicaid and social services funding, we will have taken care of those pieces that we proactively and strategically can take care of today. And that is the core strategic framework around the recommended budget. Next slide, please. So what does that mean for this third category? Well, as you heard referenced before, it's about $70 million in ongoing revenue that we've pulled out from the base. And because this funding largely supports very critical safety net services, specifically and most significantly support of housing, rapid rehousing services, and 30% of our public health department's budget, we're backfilling $59.6 million of that with ongoing general fund. And we're recognizing the continued receipt of this same federal funding, but on a one-time basis through the end of the current federal fiscal year. Now, why is that? Well, we believe that for open contracts and awards that run through the current federal fiscal year, we should be fully entitled to continuing to receive that funding, and that Congress is not likely to cancel those appropriations prior to the end of the fiscal year, since a continuing resolution was passed by Congress that covers the rest of this federal fiscal year. By the way, the federal fiscal year is different from our fiscal year, which is why you see the different date. Federal fiscal year begins on October 1. The state and county fiscal year begins on July 1. And so that's why you see that $15.8 million in one-time revenue. We've reserved one-time funds in an equivalent amount to ensure that we are not short based on the fact that we've already seen since this recommended budget was originally balanced and put together some disruptions, like I said, in some of these funding streams. Next slide, please. What does this mean for our workforce? Well, we can take the slide next, that's fine. I'll talk a bit more about the strategy on those delayed federal funding impacts. So like I said, we have the one-time money that we've recognized through the end of the federal fiscal year. And what we've scheduled are what we call delayed deletions of an additional 36 FTE. Now, this assumes that this federal funding associated with those programs does not continue to be received. If we are able, either through legal work and diligence through our county counsel's office or through beating back some of those congressional changes that might come to these funding streams, we will, of course, recognize that revenue and not move forward with those deletions. And that's why those deletions are scheduled for November 1, not October 1, to give us that additional buffer. But that's with respect to those delayed amounts supported by that $15 million in one-time funding. If we can go back one slide. But what does the recommended budget mean for the rest of the county workforce? We are bringing forward a variety of position deletions to help balance the budget. Like I said earlier, we always look at revenue options first. It's about 179 FTE of position deletions. 80%, over 80% of these positions are vacant. Why is that? Well, we understand and recognize the impact that it has on employees and their families. And I can speak to this firsthand. My wife was laid off when she was pregnant with our first child from a school district. The impact that it has to not have health insurance or other coverage. We take this very seriously, and so we have had a hiring freeze in place, a review process in place throughout the year to ensure that we have vacancies available, and that's why over 80% of these positions are vacant. But even for the 51 that are filled, 37 have same classification vacancies available, meaning that those employees will be moved over in the same classification, same pay, same job title. Might be in a different role, in a couple cases might be a different department. But that's really significant. So that means there's really 14 folks. Now for those 14 FTE, where there isn't a same classification vacancy available, we have vacancies available in the organization so that no one need walk out the door. They can continue to receive benefits. We've worked very hard to make sure that this is the case. And I want to put that in the context of our overall county organization of over 23,000 FTE included in the recommended budget. So some of these are important because they're related to reorganizations or to realize revenue, but we've worked very hard to ensure the continuity of service delivery for our staff, and because we recognize that our county employees deliver critical services to our community, and we recognize and value in Santa Clara County the civil service system we have and our public employees who deliver excellent public service. I'll also just note that that number is likely to come down a little bit over the next few weeks as we continue to identify additional vacancies that may arise through the budget throughout the next few weeks, especially if retirements occur as they sometimes do at fiscal year end. Next slide, please. I also need to speak a little bit about state budget impacts. Now, we focused a lot for the last several months on the federal piece, given how vocal, significant, how visible those federal impacts were. But we're increasingly concerned that there may be state-level impacts on our organization that could exacerbate federal impacts. Let me give you a couple examples. Last year, Governor Newsom proposed in the state budget cutting the single largest flexible state funding stream for public health. It's called the Future of Public Health Grant Program. That proposal wasn't included in the January budget, but we understand that at the May revise, the state's anticipating seeing a much more significant loss of revenue. That proposal would have a cumulative and compounding impact on the federal cuts to public health funding streams. So if the state moved forward with something like that, it would exacerbate the federal impacts. We recognize that the state's not in a position to backfill the loss of all the federal dollars. But there's very important choices that the state can make, like the example I just gave, that could make things worse on the very programs that the federal government's targeting. And by contrast, there's decisions that the state could make that could mitigate some of those federal impacts, even as we acknowledge the state can't eliminate them. We're similarly very concerned about state-only Medi-Cal funding. Again, that could layer Medi-Cal funding impacts on top of the federal Medicaid impacts, exacerbating the situation for healthcare delivery systems like ours that could jeopardize not only the care for those who are directly covered as beneficiaries, but also the underlying system that then supports things like trauma and rehabilitation and burn care for every resident in the county and across Northern California. So we will, of course, have an analysis once the May revise comes out. We'll be advocating fiercely in Sacramento that the state take strategic steps to mitigate and not exacerbate federal impacts. And that'll be a core focus of our advocacy over the next month. But we're quite concerned about what could come. And we will, of course, keep the board and the public updated. Next slide, please. So with all of that uncertainty and all of those pieces in place, we continue to be guided in local decision-making around our core values. It includes supporting our workforce. It includes thinking thoughtfully about equity. It includes our racial equity strategic roadmap. But mostly what I want to say here is this. Most of what the county does, whether it's through our own staff or through our incredibly important CBO and other nonprofit partners, is deliver direct services to the most needy families in our community. That's true in behavioral health, that's true in SCVH, that's true in social services, that's true in probation, it's true all across our county organization. That is how we spend the overwhelming percentage of our budget. And so that is the guiding principle behind the strategic approach we've taken here. But people should make no mistake that when we have to make cuts and balance a budget as a county organization, it necessarily means that those programs are often at risk too, because that is how we spend our money. And in other places, we often have special funds that are for special purposes like parks, for instance. But the meat of what we do, including our general fund and discretionary resources, is on these safety net services. Next slide, please. I just want to note we do have all of the detailed data dashboards. If the recommended budget book wasn't long enough for people to read, 640 some odd pages at data.scc.gov.org. We continue to look forward to, in the future, a new budget system that'll streamline the publishing process and make the budget book more accessible and allow us to describe proposals in a better way. But that's something that hopefully will be true in future years. But we always continue to iterate on that process. Next slide. And with that, I'll in a second turn things over to our budget director to walk through the rest of our overview and five-year forecast. But I just wanted to say a final couple words. One is that, when there's times of significant uncertainty, like we're facing here, it can be scary, and it can cause organizations to freeze. I'm incredibly proud that we have leadership, elected leadership from our Board of Supervisors, and also thoughtful leadership from across our community and our workforce at all levels that has risen to the occasion to pivot what we're doing, to come up with creative ideas and solutions, to dig deep, to ensure we're centered on our core values, and most importantly of all, to deliver excellent, compassionate, caring service to those most in need in our community every day, and to stay focused on that mission first and foremost. So with that word of gratitude, I want to kick things over to Ezekiel.
Thank you for that, CEO Williams. My microphone is on, it looks like. That's great. That's good news. So I know that the OBA, Office of Budgets and Analysis team, has been thanked already by multiple elements of
I'm
the
so
community.
sorry. Ezekiel, could you speak closer into your microphone? Thank you.
Is that better? Yeah, definitely much better. Thank you. So I wanted to take this opportunity also to thank the team on the Office of Budget and Analysis. I know that multiple parts of the organization have thanked them for the work that they have done, but I wanted to take this opportunity also to thank them in public, and also to thank Greg Ituria for the great support that he has provided to me during this transition period as well. So with that, given what CEO Williams had indicated, it is be important for us to determine the overall impact, not only at the federal level, but also at the state level, and how does that impact the outlook of the county, not only in the year to come, but also in the upcoming few fiscal years. So based on the data that we have gathered in our office, we have determined that the Federal Reserve Fund rate, as we know, is a very important rate that could potentially impact consumer behavior throughout the county and could impact a specific spending behavior as well. So we have determined through a study that the federal rate is potentially going to remain high for the foreseeable future. As actually last week, there was a meeting of the Federal Reserve Bank, and during that meeting, there was no indication that the rate will be changed in anytime soon. So that means that interest rates will remain high, and also makes the cost of housing locally more unaffordable for the community. So what that does also for the community is that the consumer sentiment or their behavior on how they spend their dollars is going to be affected as well. We could see through, if you look at this trend in front of you, that in 2015, that consumer sentiment index was pretty high. It went down through the pandemic years, which is expected. It went down again following that, and it is right now on the downward trajectory. And that has to do with the overall uncertainty that was described earlier. That uncertainty creates an environment where individuals in the community itself tend to spend less and try to hold on to their money because they don't know what's going to happen into the future. And the good news on the flip side of that is that even though we are in the middle of all this uncertainty, it seems that the job market and the unemployment rate has remained pretty low considering everything that has happened. That could change, and also probably is going to be changing given the latest numbers at the federal level and the dismissals of different employees at that level as well. And as the economy starts seeing some of the impacts from the federal actions, we anticipate that this unemployment rate could potentially be lower, but at the moment, we see that as remaining stable. Also, when we look at another key economic indicator in the cost of housing in our community, that cost of housing has remained high, even though that creates a challenge for the public as a large. Also has meant that one of the key elements of revenue that the county receives to be able to provide valuable services in terms of property taxes, that also has remained at a pretty stable level. And even though, as we indicated before, there is an imbalance in the budget related from revenues and expenditures, where expenditures are growing at a much higher pace than revenues are continuing to grow. And I think that it is important to remind ourselves that even though this could be a positive, it is also making the cost of housing less affordable for the community at large. So when we look also at economic activity related to building permits, this typically also gives you an indicator on how well the economy is doing. And as you see here on this trend, it has fluctuated over time from 2001 all the way through 2023, but you see that from 2023 and 24, you see a decline on those building permits. So that's an early indicator as well of housing and other economic activity that may not be as high as in prior years, thus creating some of the imbalances that we have seen in the budget over the last couple of fiscal years here at the county. And going back to that property tax revenue that is so important for the county to be able to deliver important services to the community, you see that we are projecting for fiscal year 25-26 a rate of growth on the roll of approximately 4.5%, but then we are seeing some indications of a slowdown in the growth of that rate, going down to 3.7, 3.3 at the low point before rebounding again to 4.5 and 4.6%. So in the middle of that important revenue declining for the county, is where we find ourselves in the projection into for the next few fiscal years. And as you can see in this slide, even though we do have a balanced budget that is being recommended for fiscal year 26, we are projecting a potential deficit of approximately $280 million into fiscal year 27. And if no actions are taken between now and everything else remains the same, by fiscal year 29-30, that deficit could grow potentially to $476 million. Even though it does look like a large number, when you look at this comparatively speaking on the size of the county, it's not as large as one will imagine, but nevertheless, it's going to require significant changes to the way that we deliver services into the upcoming fiscal year. And that's without taking into account what was described earlier with some of the federal impacts to Medi-Cal, Medicare, and potentially some of the social services revenue as well. But even with that picture that is being presented, we know that as an organization, we will be ready to meet that challenge. We will be ready to redesign those services and be able to continue providing valuable services to the community. So overall, the economic outlook for now is stable, but we do see, again, significant challenges where we see some signs that the economy is slowing down. We also see the property taxes are growing, but they're not growing at the same rate that they have in the past. And expenditures are projected to continue growing faster than revenues. So that adds to the overall challenging fiscal conditions that we are projected to see, not only at the local economy, but also at the federal and the state level. And I think CEO Williams, would you like to add? Okay. I thought you moved the microphone closer, so all right. So making sure, all right. So that's where we are on the economic outlook. So with that concludes our portion of the presentation, and we will now be moving on into the specific sections of the budget, where we will be looking at the specific recommendations of the county executive's budget for the upcoming fiscal year. We will be looking at the sections that will be broken down by committee and by department.
Before we move into the departmental conversations, we are happy to answer any questions regarding the overall picture and strategy or federal impacts, if there are any. I know it's a topic we've discussed at some length at other board meetings as well, but just wanted to make sure we pause in case there are any questions about that before we move on to the FGOC section.
Well, any lights? Okay, I do see some lights on. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Oh, I'm happy to wait if other colleagues want to speak first.
It's all yours.
It's really just a comment. James, thank you for the first presentation. Thank you for providing essential background and context for this incredibly difficult, thoughtful, and often creative set of circumstances that are choices that were made in this recommended budget. I definitely do not envy your task here. Thank you as well for your response to ask to publish the recommended to my ask to publish the recommended budget 2 weeks in advance rather than the former practice of just 1 week. This has been a big help to my, and I'm guessing all board offices, and the additional time certainly benefits the public and allows more time for questions and for advocacy. I want to thank as well Ezekiel, Greg, and all of our county employees that put this document together and who carry out services and programs offered by our county every day. Obviously and quite literally, without you, our county would not function and tens of thousands of residents would be far worse off. Before we get into the policy committee details, I want to acknowledge that although the finance folks and executive leadership worked extraordinarily hard to minimize impacts to our workforce in the face of a substantial deficit and further threats to our budget, we are asking some county workers to transfer into other job vacancies or take jobs in different classifications that may not suit their needs or preferences, as well as do their current positions. For each of them, of course, the impact will be significant, and I am very grateful for their forbearance here. The primary message of the opening workshop is loud and clear. We're facing significant fiscal uncertainty from federal and state governments, and at the same time seeing slower growth in local revenue, rising costs in our operations, and Ezekiel made very clear that that situation is likely to persist over the next 5 years. One of the things that troubles me most, among many, many concerns that I have today, is that it's going to be more challenging to continue to commit to upstream approaches that focus on preventing trauma, illness, deep poverty, housing stability, and safe neighborhoods as we address urgent current needs for residents across the county with fewer dollars. So I just will use this opportunity to signal that I will continue to advance for some of those prevention and early intervention programs, because we have to balance long-term benefits with short-term responses to challenging circumstances, or I fear that we are never going to move to a new operating model where prevention is first and will work to lower the deep end costs and deep end of trauma. Over the next few days, I will certainly look to the continued prioritization of behavioral health and housing needs, as well as programs that support and stabilize young families. Thank you again for the initial presentation, and I certainly wish us all Godspeed over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Just to check with County Council, should we make a motion to receive report for item 4 by itself first, or?
No, there's no need to make a motion.
Okay, all right, so we need that. And do we then go straight to item 5, or?
You can, yes, if there's no further comment, you
Comments
can
from us? Okay,
move along.
so, yeah, we don't need to open the public hearing just for 4, since we're just listening.
I'm sorry, you do.
You do?
Yes, you do
Okay,
need
so
to
that's the
public
question I
comment.
was looking at. Okay, all right, so let's go open public hearing regarding item number 4 on this report.
I have no speaker cards for speakers in chambers and no hands raised on Zoom.
There we go. Now we can move to item number 5. Thank you. Okay, so item number 5 is the recommended budget for the department under the Finance and Government Operations Committee. So to help with this process, I would like to ask to approve the following. So for each policy area, I would like to request my colleague to each provide me with the list of the departments you would like to hear specifically. Item number 5, we have 5A through 5O. And if so, my colleagues let me know which items they may like to hear specifically, and we'll only hear those presentations and have question and answers to the ones that you'd like to pull. The public comments will be heard only once for every public item, so we will hear the public comment under the overview of each item, regardless of which items are being pulled. And we'll do the same thing for item 6 later. And this means that the items that are pulled, everyone that's wishing to speak over the next few days should make their comments under that item, regardless if the supervisor pulled the item or not. Public comment will be heard once at each of those. And if we have no questions on this process, I would like to ask my colleague which item you would like to pull, and in this case, I would actually start with down the dais here, Supervisor Abikoga. Which items would you like to pull on 5?
Thank you, President Lee. I'd like to pull item G and L.
5G.
5G and 5L.
5-0. Okay, very good. Okay, Supervisor Young? Yes.
5A, President,
Yes, 5A.
and 5L,
5L,
5N,
5N for November,
and 5O.
5, sorry.
Oh,
Oh, okay, yeah, that's been pulled already, so we got
That's all
that.
fine.
Thank you. And Supervisor Ellenberg?
I have no additional items. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice President Rennes?
thank you. I have 5C, 5E, 5H, 5K, and 5L.
L, yeah, so L was pulled already? Okay, very good. Let's see, and looking at that, I don't really have any additional as well. So let me go ahead and repeat that to the clerk, just to make it clear. So we are pulling 5A, 5C, 5E, 5G, 5H, 5K, 5L, 5N for November, and 5O is what I heard. Correct? Clerk,
that
did I,
matches
did
my
I collect
notes.
was I able to do that? Good. Okay, so those are the items we're going to pull. And in that case, well, I'm just going to open up the public hearing for those items 5A to 5O. For those who would like to speak on those, please go ahead and submit a comment card. Or for those on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hands, and we'll collect those and see how many folks we have, and we'll determine the timing and get the comments together.
I currently have 16 cards in chambers and 4 hands raised on Zoom for 20.
20 speakers. Let's do 1 minute each, please.
Oh, we're getting a few more.
Yes.
Looks like we are at 22.
22.
Give it just another moment.
I hear an infant is trying to speak.
All right, looks like we are holding at 6 on Zoom. So that would be 22. We'll
22.
close.
Okay, yeah, 1 minute each,
We'll,
please.
we'll close the queue,
Yes,
1
please.
minute each. I will call a batch of names. Our first batch of speakers, Tuyen Tran, Perla Flores, Ida Zaldivar, Erica Leon, Siberia, Ingrid, and Marco Antonio.
Yes, please proceed. Go ahead.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon,
Good
Arthur
afternoon.
Lee, President, all the supervisors. My name is Tuyen Tran. I'm here on behalf of TSS Network Team, speaking about the budget cut for our team. So back in 2020, there are a study to approve 46 positions for the team. At that time, only 35 was filled. Right now, we are at 29 approved positions with 5 vacancies, and 4 members got moved out of the TSS network team. So we are down to 15 positions to support 23,000 employees, 8 big remote sites, 100 smaller remote sites, and on top of it, during the last 3 years, we acquired a couple campuses like Silver Creek, Tasman. We just acquired RMC. So we are asked not.
Thank you. So any comments you could not deliver because of time constraint, you could certainly provide it to our clerk, and we'll include that in our public comment. Please come up to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Perla Flores, and I represent Community Solutions and the Santa Clara County Domestic Violence Advocacy Consortium, also known as DVAC. And we're grateful for the opportunity to speak on item 5E. We're very concerned about the proposed $2.5 million cut to gender-based violence safety net services. This decrease represents a 22% funding reduction to DVAC service providers who deliver the essential safety net services for survivors. And the proposed cut comes at a time when we're already confronting severe reductions in federal and state funding and seeing an increase in demand for services. A funding reduction will directly impact essential safety net services, including 24-hour crisis response, emergency shelter, hotel stays, client assistance, advocacy, as well as long-term support. And it will also disrupt coordination among DVAC service providers and our system partners, weakening our collective response. DVAC is preparing a formal impact statement, but we'd like to provide these FAQs for more information and look forward to partnering with you on a resolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, respective Board of Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on item 5E, the County Executive's recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26. My name is Aida Zaldivar, and I oversee the gender-based violence and housing services for Community Solutions. I work very closely with DVAC and confidential advocates to ensure survivors receive prompt, confidential, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive wraparound services. The proposed cuts to safety net services for survivors of domestic violence are very concerning. We have seen an increase in requests for support. For example, from July 1st, 2024 to April 30th, 2025, Community Solutions alone hosted 75 families for a total of 2244 bed nights at our confidential hotel. We triaged 178 requests for advocacy support through a non-fatal IPV or intimate partner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak on 5E. My name is Erika Leon, and I am a Human Trafficking Services Coordinator for Community Solutions. In my capacity as Services Coordinator, I work very closely with DVAC and the South Bay Coalition to end human trafficking, confidential advocates to ensure survivors receive prompt, confidential, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive wrap around services. The proposed cuts to safety net services for survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking are very concerning because we have seen an increase in requests for support. For example, from July 1st, 24 to April 30, 2025, Community Solutions has along 57 survivors of labor trafficking and 66 survivors of sex trafficking, a total of 123 survivors. Also, we provide emergency shelter for survivors over 2 weeks.
I can call some more names. We have Guadalupe, Margarita, Maria Moreno, Zaki Afrin, Zelaya, Joanne Deng, Marco, Vic Chan, and Carlos Fuentes.
I'll be interpreting for Margarita.
In Spanish, you mean?
Yes.
Actually, we do have a
Oh, you do?
Spanish
Okay.
interpreter, so you don't have to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Too easy.
Buenas tardes,
Buenas tardes.
supervisores. Gracias por brindarme la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes. Mi nombre es Margarita, soy una sobreviviente de violencia doméstica. Estoy aquí para pedirles que protejan y mantengan los servicios esenciales que permiten a personas como yo sobrevivir sin reconstruir nuestras vidas y fortalecer. Yo como sobreviviente recibí el apoyo económico, orden de restricciones, ayuda financiera y para viviendas. Perdón. Sí, y recibí también ayuda de consejería. El apoyo que he recibido me ha ayudado muchísimo para sanar, me ayudó a navegar en el sistema legal y finalmente me dio las fuerzas para empezar una nueva vida. El impacto de estos servicios en mi vida ha sido profundo. Me ayudaron a encontrar estabilidad después de años de traumas.
Gracias. Translator, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for letting me speak today. My name is Margarita, and I am a survivor of domestic violence. All these services have been very helpful because this has protected me, and as a survivor, they have helped me to develop my life. As a survivor, I have received help, different help like restriction order, financial help, and housing. And also I have received counseling. These services have been very supportive. They have helped me to heal and navigate through the legal system to start again with my life. And they have had a very deep impact and have helped me to have a very stable life. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, supervisores. Gracias por brindarme la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes hoy. Mi nombre es Marco Antonio y soy un sobreviviente de violencia de género. Estoy aquí para pedirles que protejan y mantengan los servicios esenciales que permiten a personas como yo no solo sobrevivir, sino reconstruir nuestras vidas y florecer. Como ser viviente yo recibí terapia, refugio de emergencia, ayuda legal, por ejemplo, refugio de emergencia y servicios de consejería. Cuando no tenía a dónde ir, el apoyo que recibí me dio un lugar seguro para sanar, me ayudó a navegar el sistema legal y finalmente me dio la fuerza para empezar una nueva vida. El impacto de estos servicios en mi vida ha sido profundo, ha sido de mucha ayuda para mi familia y para mí. Apoyo seguro y confidencial. Ser por experiencia propia que estos programas salvan vidas. Pido respetuosamente a la Junta de Supervisores.
Translator, go ahead.
Thank you again. Thank you for having the opportunity to help. My name is Marco Antonio, and I am a survivor of gender violence. These are I'm here in order to ask to keep those essential services because they have helped me to rebuild my life and flourish again. I have received different services like therapy, emergency refuge, legal services, and also I have received counseling. This has had a big impact in my life. These services have helped me and my family, and also it has been confidential, which I appreciate a lot. And this program saves lives. I'm here for asking you to keep them. Thank you.
Oh, wait 1 second. The mic's not working. Let's try again.
Buenas tardes, supervisores. Gracias por brindarme la oportunidad de hablar con ustedes hoy. Mi nombre es Delia García y soy una sobreviviente de violencia de género. Estoy aquí para pedirles que protejan, mantengan los servicios esenciales que permiten a personas como yo no solo sobrevivir, sino reconstruir nuestras vidas y florecer. Como sobreviviente, yo recibí ayuda con terapia para mí y para mis hijos, ayuda financiera que me ha ayudado a salir adelante. El impacto en estos servicios en mi vida ha sido profundo. Me ha ayudado a estabilizarme, a crecer como persona, a ser mejor en cada cosa que hago, enfocarme más en mis metas, ser una mejor madre y a mantener a tener más seguridad. Sé por experiencia propia que estos programas salvan vidas. Pido respetuosamente a la Junta de Supervisores y a la Oficina del Ejecutivo del Condado que trabajen con las organizaciones comunitarias para asegurar el financiamiento para estos servicios de apoyo a sobrevivientes de violencia de género y mantengan sin recortes. Gracias por su tiempo y liderazgo.
Yes, translator, go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having the opportunity to speak. My name is Delia Saldivar, and I am a survivor for gender violence. I am here to ask you to keep these essential services, and also because they have helped me to build my life and flourish again. These different services have been therapy, and for me and for my children. They have been, I have received financial help. Also, they have had a very deep impact, and I have been able to establish my life again and to flourish and develop my life again. I am here because they have helped me to focus on my goal and also to be a better mom. This, for experience, I know this is a program that is saving life. So I'm asking you respectfully to you, the supervisors and the executive of the county, to work with these community organizations in order to finance these different helps for survivors without any cut. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, supervisores. Mi nombre es Ingrid Aya. Soy sobreviviente de tráfico humano y violencia. Estoy aquí reunida con ustedes para pedirles, como sobreviviente, que nos tengan en cuenta y que trabajen en conjunto con las comunidades, con las asociaciones, pues esto nos ha servido a nosotros mucho, en especial a mí, que no conocía absolutamente nada de este país. Me ha forjado, me ha llenado de mucha esperanza, mucho conocimiento. Cada día estoy aprendiendo más. Estoy haciendo programas técnicos gracias al trabajo en conjunto de ustedes con la comunidad. Pido encarecidamente que los recortes para nosotros o para toda la comunidad no sean posibles, porque tanto yo como el resto necesitamos continuar. Gracias.
Thank you for having the opportunity to speak. I'm a survivor of traffic and gender violence. And here as a survivor, I'm here to ask to be considered, all of us, and that you are working with different associations. And because these programs have been very helpful for me, because when I arrived here to this country, I didn't know anything. Now these programs are full of hope. I know more every day. I learn more each day, and I've been in different technical programs. So I ask you to work with the community and not let these cuts to be possible. So because this is very needed by me and the rest of the community to flourish. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Zakia Afrin. I am representing Maitri, a domestic violence victim service providing organization in the Bay Area. And between the 7 client advocates last year, we served more than 790 clients with helpline, transitional housing, legal assistance, economic empowerment programs. So the funding from the county is really very important for a small organization like us. I also want to mention that all of the DVEC agencies, we work closely together, we strategize together and develop best practices on how to prevent violence in our community and provide the best of services. So from all of our agencies, I request you to continue fund us and support us keeping our community violence free. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors and president. My name is Joanne Den, a network engineer from TSS County's IT department. I'm here to voice deep concern about the proposed cuts for our network engineer positions. Such a decision would significantly compromise the stability, security, and efficiency of our IT infrastructure at a time when our workforce is already stretched very thin. Currently, we are already down from the previous 24 to 15. Further cuts would not only increase the strain, but also overburden the engineers, leaving us even more vulnerable to outages, security incidents, and costly delays. So moreover, the growing complexity of our digital infrastructure demands more expertise, not less. So with increased reliance on digital public services invested in rather than reducing, our engineering team is essential for keeping the county safe, efficient, and forward-looking. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Good afternoon. My name is Dick Chen. I'm with TSS Network Team. And I want to put some number, put in the perspective, and then show you how challenges if the team got deeper. So with a team of the 15 network engineers, we support 24,000 county employees, 2 main data centers, 5 main hospitals, more than 140 campuses and branch offices, and over 50 agencies. We manage about 3,000 network devices, about 190 WAN and internet circuits, and about 5,000 Wi-Fi access points. And we manage 9,000 Wi-Fi clients every day. And we have about over 3,000 Global Protect remote access users every day. We also have about 150 projects in the book right now, and then we make about 10 network changes every week. And we work on about 30 to 40. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Moreno, and I am a survivor of gender-based violence. When I had nowhere to go, Community Solutions gave me emergency shelter. In my darkest moments, they gave me safety, dignity, and hope. That first safe night was the beginning of everything. Without them, none of this would be possible. Everything starts with them. Thanks to their support, I was able to heal, rebuild my life, and become the mother my children need. These services are no luxury. They are a lifeline. And today, I'm here to ask you to protect that lifeline. Survivors like me are counting on you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Carlos Fuentes, and I am the SEIU 521 Chief Union Steward, here on behalf of the union members who are deeply concerned about the TSS proposal to eliminate vacancies, a move that threatens the quality and essential services we provide to the county and public. We have three major concerns. First, TSS remains top-heavy, costing the county millions in overhead, while frontline positions are being cut. Second, they're targeting ISF roles, the boots on the ground, who directly support hospital operations, public safety, and modernization. Third, the recent acquisition of RMC has stretched our resources thin. Cutting positions now will only make it harder to meet those growing demands. TSS claims these decisions support high-impact workers, but cutting the very roles that do that work sends the opposite message. I urge the board to review our structure and consider alternative solutions. While we're ready to share suggestions that support both efficiency and service qualities, thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Angel Liano with the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. I want to start by thanking administration for putting together a draft budget that preserves many vital services during a difficult time for the county. SVCN and the nonprofit community are very happy to see proposals that continue to support immigrant services, augment senior nutrition, and accommodate for the rising costs of providing nonprofit services. However, we are concerned with the proposed cuts to gender-based violence prevention and intervention services. These community-based responses are key components in a strategic approach to alternatives to incarceration, and cutting them is inconsistent with the recent gaps analysis, as well as the establishment of an Office of Violence Prevention. The downstream consequences of failing to intervene with cycles of violence will sadly cost the county more in law enforcement and healthcare contexts. So these cuts feel deeply counterproductive. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to call a few names who I don't believe have come up yet. Last call, Siberia, Guadalupe, and Marco. All right, not seeing those, we will move on to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker on Zoom is Colsaria Henderson. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Colsaria Henderson, and I get to be the Executive Director at Nextdoor Solutions to Domestic Violence. You've already heard for some key survivors about the importance of the safety net services provided through the Domestic Violence Advocacy Consortium organizations. But I'd like to just let you know that in the last year alone, when survivors are fleeing, we only have 63 beds in this county for domestic violence survivors. In the last year alone, Nextdoor Solutions has seen a 198% increase in emergency hoteling. These are the services that will go away. We are a part of the safety net services for this county, and we ask that you reconsider the cuts to the funding that allow us to provide these crucial services to survivors and their families at times when they need it most. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Gutierrez. Kim Gutierrez, can you please accept the unmute?
I believe I did.
Please go ahead.
Did it work? All right. Thank you so much. My name is Kim Gutierrez, Anti-Human Trafficking Services Program Director at Community Solutions. Thank you so much for the chance to speak on item 5E. I'm here to urge you to preserve and protect the vital safety net services that ensure survivors of gender-based violence know they are not alone and there is support. The proposed cuts to safety net services for survivors of domestic violence and human trafficking will impact the provision of 24-hour crisis response, emergency shelter and hotel stays, client assistance funds, advocacy, and long-term supports. Community Solutions acts as the point agency for human trafficking services. This means that when a survivor is identified, Community Solutions is contacted to coordinate the advocate response. You already heard that this fiscal year to date, Community Solutions has served 123 adult survivors of human trafficking and also supported 9
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Cole.
Good afternoon, Board. This is Adam Cole with SEMA. SEMA wants to thank our county executives and managers for crafting this budget. The county prioritized available budget dollars both to maintain county services as well as county employees. SEMA shared with the Board a brief white paper outlining 2 budget-neutral suggestions on the current recommended budget, one in the County Council budget in this Board item and one in the Public Health budget in the next. SEMA urges the Board to consider both. More FTE support will be needed to ensure that the Personnel Investigation Unit can achieve the goal of being net cost saving for the county. Second, we urge the Board to prioritize deleting the suggested SEMA vacancy in Public Health instead of our filled Public Health Comms Officer. Thank you for your consideration and for your...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adriana Caldera.
Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Adriana Caldera, and I have the honor of serving as CEO for YWC Golden Gate Silicon Valley. We are also a member of the Domestic Violence Advocacy Consortium. The proposed $2.5 million cut in the budget will mean that hundreds of survivors in our county will go without emergency shelter, legal advocacy, counseling, and 24-hour crisis response. These are not extras. They are essential, legally mandated services that save lives and help survivors rebuild after trauma. I'm also alarmed by the elimination of prevention education dollars and abandonment of the long-term solutions that we desperately need. Compounding this crisis are the anticipated cuts to the Victims of Crime Act at the federal level, which supports critical services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking, and are expected to be reduced significantly this year. Local service providers are bracing for devastating losses, and if the county also reduces funding, the safety net could unravel entirely. Now is the time to lead with courage and provide survivors with consistency and stability. Thank you for considering keeping this funding in.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Elliott.
My name is Eric Elliott. I'm the Sexual Assault and Prevention Director at Community Solutions. The proposed cuts to safety net services for survivors of gender-based violence will have a direct impact on housing and support to sexual assault survivors can access. As the board may be aware, there are not crisis shelters for sexual assault survivors and their families that need to flee their home due to sexual assault. We oftentimes can see survivors who are assaulted by a roommate, family member, or someone living in their shared home. This causes the family to need to separate or to leave their home for safety purposes as advocates work to assist families in securing restraining orders or other safety measures. In the past few years, we've been able to utilize funding from the county to help paying for hotel stays for survivors of sexual assault who are fleeing. Last fiscal year, Community Solutions was able to hotel 75 families for a total of 2,240 bed nights. These services are often the only thing standing in between the survivor and continued harm or homelessness or worse. Access to 24-hour crisis line emergency shelter, legal advocacy, trauma-informed counseling, and long-term case management support housing is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. I respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors and the County Executive Office to work with community-based organizations to ensure.
Thank you. Our next and final speaker is Jacob Amoa. Jacob, please accept the unmute.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jacob, and I'm a survivor of gender-based violence. I'm here to urge you to protect the essential service that helps survivors not just survive, but rebuild their lives. Support like crisis lines, shelter, legal aid, counseling, and housing isn't a luxury. It's a lifeline. I received legal and financial help that gave me stability, safety, and the chance to start over with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Clerk. Let's see. Let's start with the items we've been pulled. As I mentioned earlier, I think we will start with 5A, which I believe was pulled by Supervisor Young. Unless, Supervisor, you would like to have overview, we go straight to questions you have regarding 5A. that you pulled?
I'd like to hear the presentation.
Oh, you okay? Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. For 5A. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so staff, on 5A, which is the item of the special programs and reserves. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for
Go
that,
ahead.
Supervisor.
Yes,
So as you see in the screen in front of you, the recommended budget is making a recommendation to fund this program by adding the $15.8 million that was alluded to earlier by CEO Williams to deal with the uncertainty of the federal funding for next fiscal year. This is one-time funding that is being added for that, and also on an ongoing reserve of $2.9 million. In addition to that, the other change that is occurring as part of this budget as well is the reduction of the tobacco settlement revenue that is, if you recall, the Board of Supervisors actually had securitized this revenue in 2007, and that revenue is no longer going to be available in the ongoing future, so we're making the reduction now that is corresponding to the fiscal year. So those are the major changes that have occurred on this special programs reserve. So with that, we'll be glad to take any questions.
Sure. Since you pulled that item, Supervisor Young, go ahead. Your questions on 5A?
Thank you. I want to thank staff for the foresight in creating a federal and state revenue loss reserve. I fear that I already know the answer to this question, but do you think that the amount that has been set aside is enough to cover our federal and state shortfalls?
Not even
close.
I mean, not by many, many miles, right? You know, I think the description that I walked through of kind of the three major categories, right? The swimming pool, the bathtub, the bucket. This takes care of the bucket. But this is not a reserve associated with the swimming pool or the bathtub, meaning our social services and most significantly our Medicaid funding. And if anything that looks like what the House Republicans have proposed, you know, back of the envelope, and we'll obviously have much more refined estimates in a few days, but if anything like what the House Republicans proposed comes into effect, we're looking at on the order of several $100 million in ongoing cuts in our Medicaid revenue. So there should be no illusions about the significance of that. And this is, of course, nothing with respect to that.
Yeah. So, James, you know, in light of this very continued sobering picture that is painted for us about this budget process, I really want to thank you and your team for putting in a lot of work to put together this structurally balanced proposed budget that really is balanced on shallow cuts, I feel, across the board, with limited and mitigated impacts to services. Can you describe to us how best you see us engaging in the triage work that will likely be required when the actual cuts become known and no longer hypothetical?
Yes. So the most significant is going to be related to Medicaid, and our strategy is multi-layered. So first, of course, step one is we're going to push back as hard as we can on what happens at Congress. And, you know, that may have better odds for success than we might otherwise think, potentially. You know, the Affordable Care Act repeal was priority number one in the first Trump administration, and, you know, that failed, thankfully, in part due to John McCain's thumbs down on the Senate floor. But, you know, there's a op-ed in today's New York Times from a senator, a Republican senator, that talks about, you know, how cutting Medicaid would be really damaging. So, you know, I think we have a very steep uphill climb, and in particular, I think it's pretty clear we're likely to see work rule requirements, which will have a fiscal impact on our organization, as well as, of course, the very real impact on those families. So it's not that we're going to, I think, avoid anything, but I do believe that there's some opportunities for advocacy. So that's level one. Level two is advocacy at the state level to, again, try to mitigate impacts and not layer on additional impacts. We're concerned about that. But then there are a few other strategies that are really important. And so we will be proactively bringing forward important proposals related to things like how we manage Medi-Cal and the overall strategy related to that. We'll be proactively continuing to bring forward other revenue-related proposals as a health system. And, you know, we can talk a little bit more about that when we get to item 6 if the board's interested. But I think as Paul has laid out to the board previously, a number of strategies that we're trying to pursue to look at service lines across the enterprise and recognize that we're going to need to operate in a different manner in a world that looks different with respect to Medicaid. And, you know, I'll give you one example there. We have a system that has done a very good job, really good job, of maximizing some of the supplemental revenue streams. And that's been to the great credit of many folks who have been involved in managing SCVH's finances. Unfortunately, now with some of the proposed changes, that leaves us particularly vulnerable to some of those funding streams, some of which the Trump administration has made clear that they don't intend to renew or extend, certain waivers and other payments. So that's part of kind of many layers of strategy, but we will undoubtedly need to have some health system specific focus, fiscally probably this fall in front of the board, and we're not going to wait all the way to FY27 once we actually have in a concrete manner things that we know we can grapple with and tackle. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, James. That's it for me, President. Thank you.
Thank you. Look at the light, Vice President. Do you have a question on 5A? No. No. Okay. Supervisor Abikuga.
Thank you, President Lee, and thank you to staff for this budget. It's very well thought out. I know it's a difficult time, but I really do appreciate the hard work that's been put into this, and want to just also offer my thanks. I just had comments really. I appreciate the challenges, and in times like these especially, I think it is really important to be transparent and also looking at cost recovery, which I see that there are strategies to do so. I know this is my first budget here. I've done many budgets in the past, so I'm still trying to understand all of the different elements. But I think I would say that I appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg's recommendation to provide more time to look at the budget, and I would actually continue to ask that that's continued and even given more time. And also just in terms of the budget book, presenting a little bit more narrative on some of the items. There's some areas where I see, I'll say like the procurement department, there's a very little description about where the funding is going to or where the revenue is derived from. And so having more details like that would be helpful in the future. But I did want to say, I just wanted to call this out in terms of we're talking about reserves and future potential cuts from the federal government, but I do very much appreciate the establishment of a cash reserve fund. I noticed that we have the contingency reserve fund at the 5% level, but I noticed as I was reading last year's budget earlier this year, it looks like it's a fund that actually gets tapped into, and it's really, for me, I've always looked at the reserve fund as just, funding there that only in catastrophes, and I guess some could argue this is a catastrophe, but really more like, catastrophe or disaster, we have that funding available to, to continue to provide our services. So we try not to touch that fund, and so the creation of a rainy day fund, the cash reserve fund, is the one that we need to use if we need to kind of smooth out during bumpy times like now. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that very much, and appreciate the development of that. The other area that I always focus on is the unfunded liability piece, and not a lot of people like to talk about it, but I think it is really important to also just highlight that and to just continue to remind ourselves that we continue to contribute to that when we can. I know this year is not the time, but I saw that the unfunded liability, our percentage of funded is dropping. I know some of that has to do with new actuarials, but also the growth of our employees. But I think it's important to continue to try to decrease that unfunded liability amount. And so when times are better, I hope that we will look at setting aside even more. Paying just the minimum really won't get us to a higher funded level. We need to put in a little bit more when we can. And folks might ask, well, why are you talking about this at this time when we are looking at severe cuts? And it's really when we're in a downturn that these issues become more important, I think. And in the past, we've done the same in that it is during downturn times that we look at starting to save up or saving up more for that rainy day. And so I appreciate very much that that's being included in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. If I could just make one comment about the CalPERS liability. One of the things that I think is clear from the data is that even though we, of course, fully pay the unfunded actuarial liability annual amount that's due every year, you'll see, and you're correct in noting that the percentage of funded status has actually declined over the last decade. And what that really indicates most fundamentally is that the assumption of earnings by CalPERS, right now they assume a 6.8% annual earnings rate, that assumption is actually too high. And that is concerning because it means that at some point there will be a significant increase in that UAL payment for our county organization. And of course, it would similarly, this is a similar issue that affects other public entities across the state. We have a proactive policy that was put in place regarding the retiree health liability. I think we've made some progress on that front. But I am concerned that the assumed earnings rate on the part of CalPERS is not something that is currently realistic based on the market experience over the last decade, and that notwithstanding us fully paying the amounts that CalPERS has billed us, that the percent that liability is funded has declined. So it's something we will continue to, of course, keep an eye on.
Yes, Supervisor Rennes on 5A.
Yes, thank you. I also want to acknowledge all of the hard work that has been done to bring this positive budget. And I appreciate all the work. I appreciate that it was released with some additional time. I also concur that I would enjoy some more time to really follow the transitions of the positions from one area to another, which is a common theme I saw. And I know that we don't have any losses just yet, and people are just going to change what they do. And while I think it's that could be very challenging, it's also an opportunity. We always need to take a look at difficult times as opportunities. And I did hear earlier we talk about how if we invest, what we're doing is making sure that we invest up front to our health and hospital system. One, to ensure that we provide preventative care rather than emergency-based care, which is more expensive. And so that's a value-based approach that I'm in line with. I agree with it. I just want to make sure that it isn't the only area that we take this logic, that we apply this logic to, because in the same way that we are going to take a look at other areas, whether they're special programs, we are also going to have an impact long-term. And for example, intervention services are a lot more expensive. Oh, did I activate your Siri?
Somehow. My Siri has a voice. They want to say something
nothing
too.
like you.
It wasn't me.
While I think that intervention services are more expensive, are deemed more expensive because there's a lot more of a wraparound service, they're crucial. Should we start with some preventative programming? Absolutely, because it gets to some of the core issues that we have that create the kind of health indicators that certain communities deal with, especially those that are under-resourced, right? So for whoever is under-resourced or those communities that are under-resourced, we must continue to take a look at this in the same logic as we do when we take a look at health and hospitals, and that is we invest so that we can save in the future. And not only money, but these are paths, the life path for a young person. It could mean the difference between juvenile hall and graduating from high school. And I just want to make sure that as a board, we continue to be as close as we can on the same page about how we approach funding certain programs and services. I know that health and hospital is really important. They also take quite a bit from our general fund. And I would like to see, and I can talk about this later, but I would love to see that balance. I mean, I think in the past, that number wasn't stagnant. This year's definitely stagnant, and I do appreciate that. I'd like to see that decrease over the years, and I know what I'm saying might not be congruent with what we know is going to happen in the future, but I know that there's a lot of work to be done in terms of efficiencies. I know that you, James, are working on a lot of efficiencies as well, and so the reason I say this is because this is how I'm going to take a look at the rest of our budget, is on a value-based approach, which is what we are doing with our health and hospitals system, making sure that those who are not insured or underinsured continue to receive the kind of health service that they deserve. The same concept and same logic I will apply to children and families in a social setting because the kind of care that we provide now will make a difference in the future. Anyways, this is part of what I'm looking at in terms of the approach. I will also ask about efficiencies and effectiveness. I know we don't have a program-based budgeting format, but I know that there's programs that have come in and advocated on their behalf, and I think in the larger scheme of things, we need to take a look at what we said our values are and align them with what the decisions that we're going to make. And I'm going to try, and this is something I'm going to say to my community, is that I'm going to try as much as I can to apply that concept to the decisions that I'm going to support and how I'm going to approach this. But I appreciate the I appreciate all the hard work. I appreciate you really breaking this down with the swimming pool, the bathtub, and the buckets. That was good. That was good. And I think just like any other family, we are a family, and just like in any family structure, we make decisions that are going to be difficult and that are going to benefit the most. And unfortunately, it's not always going to be perfect, and we must set the stage and model this for our community. And even though there's some really difficult decisions, it's not because we don't want to support programs. We need to shift and be nimble, and hopefully in the future so much that we can bring back a lot of programming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's finishing with 5A. I think the next one being pulled was 5C. And I believe that was Supervisor Arenas. Oh, Vice President. Sorry, 5C, yes. Which is the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, okay.
Budget.
So listen, I know that we've done this in the past, and I have some ongoing projects that I'm working on within my budget office, and I suspect maybe this is true also for the more newer supervisors. I still consider myself new-ish, right? Third year, I'm starting my third year is new-ish. And so one of the things that we did in the past was to roll forward our board office budgets. And so I do want to make a motion in order to do that. So whatever you haven't spent, you're able to continue to work on the projects that you have currently and not disrupt. So that's part of the motion that I'll make.
Great, thank you.
So just to
Yes,
clarify, for purposes of the board workshop, it's really just to provide input for the county executive for purpose of the recommended budget. Any kind of motion that would affect the actual recommended budget would come in June during the board hearings.
Got it. Okay. Well, now you know what I'm going to ask for.
James?
Yeah, and I was going to say that there's a template for the process that was used last year that can be shared.
Okay, next item, I believe, is 5E for Echo. I believe it's also Supervisor Arenas.
This is me,
Sorry.
too. Okay. So I really appreciate the support for the Asset and Economic Development Department, and I know that it actually brings in 7.1 million more than it actually spends through the asset management side. I think it's basically the rentals that we have. And so one of the things that I'm looking at, because we already established the Office of Economic Development, and I'll have this in the future, but I just want to make sure that I publicly say this, is that we have an opportunity to really monetize some of the sporting events that are going to happen next year, both with the World Cup, the FIFA events, and then, of course, what's the football one called? Super Bowl.
Super Bowl.
I'm not
Definitely
a
the
sporty
smaller
girl.
event. So.
The small one, whatever that one's called. And I think that we are positioned in really close to a lot of those events, and so I really would love to have us consider some investment so that the Office of Economic Development can create some opportunities for us to promote place-based locations. Obviously, I'm thinking about my South County wineries and farm-like agritourism that is very underutilized, and I think that could create a lot of opportunity for our folks. Of course, there's places in the North County that are very desirable as well, and that folks learn about. Unfortunately, they don't know about the South County. These are hidden gems. So in June, I will ask for some one-time funding so that we can have that opportunity to continue to grow in the Office of Economic Development, as well as stabilize some of the small businesses that we know are going to have a very difficult time. I think it's about 40% of our small businesses in this county are owned by immigrant families. Really, it's families, and those are foreign-born families. And so that really just shows you the hard work that a lot of folks come to do, and it's part of what we recognize as the strength of this county. And so in order to make sure that those businesses don't get destabilized, but I'll be coming back for more on that one.
And if I can, Supervisor, a couple thoughts on that.
Yes.
You know, in addition to, you know, some of the Object 2 augmentation that was approved at mid-year that could be allocated towards this, the Bay Area Host Committee is seeking significant increased state support related to these events too. We are acting as the fiscal agent for those state funds, and there may be some opportunity there to support some of these efforts as well. The current allocation from the state is woefully inadequate, so I'm not suggesting anything from that. But my understanding is they're seeking some significant augmentation of those funds, and I think that could be a great opportunity. It's directly for the support associated with those events.
That's wonderful. And I think VTA also has some funding available for small businesses, and we can ask for those that are impacted near the construction sites of any of the construction. Do I continue with the, and thank you for that, do I continue with the, because I have a couple of more
5E?
items? Yes, on 5E.
Yeah, good, yeah.
Okay.
All items 5E, go ahead, go for it.
Okay, all the items are perfect. Okay, so the next item, I know I'm not going to be popular with this, but I'm going to say this anyways. This is the reduction of the AB 109, and this is meant to really support our incarcerated and reentry population. And one of the things that I just want to point out is that we made a policy decision to reduce the programming there because there was funding that is going away versus what we find to be crucial and important to a community, and then finding ways to figure out how to support. I know there's criminal justice-wide costs, and I translate those myself to reentry, impacting reentry population. And so I'm just wondering, what impact is it really going to have, these reductions? Because I've seen the AB 109 funding even impacting TSS. And in the end, I want to make sure that it's, you know, there's a lot of folks who are impacted. I think primarily referrals are coming in from South County and probably from East Side on reentry, and just the criminal justice impact is in those communities. So I'm wondering, have you gauged what that impact is going to translate to?
Sure. If I can make a suggestion for the AB 109, which funding, there's proposals that touch a whole set of departments across this. And my recommendation, and also so that we have all the right people present, would be to talk about the AB 109 issue globally tomorrow under item 14E, which is the budget unit that then has the transfers out to all of the different departments associated with AB 109, because I do think it's a global conversation around the kind of structural gap that's opened up in AB 109 funding, and I think it has to be thought of in a holistic manner, and then we can talk through some of the strategies around that.
I appreciate that. I'm still looking at this with the concept of how do we make decisions? Do we make decisions because there's a reduction and then we just reduce the programs? And that's not what we're doing with health and hospitals. We're actually making sure that none of those services are as much as we can not impacted. And so I want us to continue to apply that logic with the services that are also crucial to very specific populations that are on holding on by a string, if you will, to reintegrate into this, to our community. All right. And lastly, the other one is the situation with the gender-based violence. Now, we heard from a number of survivors, and thank you so much for coming in and sharing your story. And I know that's very difficult. And one of the things that we know is going to happen, and not because the sports events bring this, but because the opportunity presents itself, that there will be more human trafficking, that we know the statistics of gender-based violence when sporting events like these occur, that there's an increase. And then, you know, there is also what is happening on a just national level relating to immigration status, and that is very much kept over the heads of those survivors, to the point where folks don't leave. And now we really don't have an option for those survivors to become independent and gain their own legal status. That pathway isn't there anymore. So I'm also asking what the impact to those and the cuts to the gender-based violence. How does that, what do you think that looks like for our community?
Sure, and I think we can provide additional information as a off agenda as well. A few things to note on this set of services. One is, in addition to continuing the current full base funding, the recommended budget includes full funding at the current level for the rape crisis services and centers. These are obviously, I should begin by saying, it should go without saying, but I think it needs to be said that these are obviously critical and important services for our community. So in addition to fully funding that, it does allocate $4.5 million on top of the base budget for continuing contracts associated with gender-based violence prevention services. We have Deputy County Executives Casey Halcon and David Campos here who can speak a little bit more, but I know that there's also some challenges here with data and coordination. But I do think it's important to recognize that we actually have allocated very significant resources here. In fact, the dollar allocation augmentation here is actually even greater than that being provided on the immigration services side. But we recognize that for the last couple of years, there's been larger one-time augmentations that have been able to be made. But anyway, I'll turn to them to see if there's anything they want to add now, but we can definitely follow up also with some additional information regarding that. But there's no disagreement from anyone around the importance of the services.
If I may, through the chair, David Campos, I'm here with Casey Halcon, just to give you a couple of points in terms of how we approach this very critical issue. And let me begin at the outset that any cut in this area is always going to be very difficult. And I say that as someone who was actually involved in the creation of the Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention as a way of supplementing and highlighting the importance of this issue. As the county's executive said, if you look at the gender-based violence funding and the rape crisis funding, you were looking at a total of close to $14 million. The proposed budget has a total allocation of about $11.5 million, so it is a $2.5 million cut. But nevertheless, we tried to preserve as much of the funding as we could, preserving the base funding of $4 million, but with that recognition that in light of everything that is happening, the one-time funding, we couldn't really do it at the level that had been done before. In terms of the criteria that we use for determining what to focus on, Supervisor, we prioritize crisis intervention. There were some categories that were reduced, like community outreach as an example, but we felt that focusing on the more immediate needs around all types of violence was really the priority. And we also created flexibility so that community-based organizations could decide for themselves based on what was happening on the ground, what the priority should be and the funding that is provided to them. We also tried to augment some of the federal cuts that we felt, needed to be, those gaps needed to be filled. And again, we believe that it is critical for us to continue to work closely with our partners, especially around data, to understand what the need on the ground is. But with that, I'll turn it over to Casey to add more information on that.
Thank you, David. Casey Halkin, Deputy County Executive. I just wanted to talk briefly about the rape crisis centers. So as CEO James Williams mentioned, we were able to preserve that funding, and we actually augmented it. So as you might be aware, our rape crisis agencies provide vital services also at the Children's Advocacy Center. And unfortunately, the Children's Advocacy Center did lose a grant that will no longer be available through the state. And so that was one of the areas that we really wanted to prioritize in recognition that sexual assault services for children who are seeking services at the CAC is critical. And so we were able to augment the Rape Crisis Center services to ensure that those services would remain strong throughout this next year. So we did prioritize where we could some of those areas where we knew there was board interest and certainly community interest, and again, the most vulnerable. I think it's also important to note that we are looking at this population holistically. So of course, the gender-based violence grants are important for serving victims of domestic violence, important for serving women, vulnerable women and children, people of color and immigrants. We're also looking at other ways that we can augment services for those communities. So ways in which we've supported some of our efforts across immigrant services and other vital safety net service programs for those communities. We've tried to look holistically. We're happy to provide more information on off agenda as needed to make sure that these questions are answered fully.
I appreciate that. There's no doubt in my mind that you both, of course, and James would all keep our survivors of gender-based violence at the center of your discussions. It's difficult to see where everything is going, right? Because some of the immigration-based funding is also going to and kind of red flag for intimate partner violence. And so I get that it's integrated into other areas. But I still think that there is an opportunity for us to figure out if we are lessening some of the outreach and focusing more on the crisis intervention, that if there are promotoras on the immigration-based side that they also include or we have the opportunity to hire from the folks who are losing. And I'm not saying that it all is lost. All I'm saying is that maybe we can come up with some of those transitions, because it's hard to do the work when you've been you have a consistent amount of money. But I know that this has always been a one-time, and I'd love to see it integrated into the way that we actually provide other services, and not as if all goes well, then the gender-based violence folks get more money, and if not, then they don't. And I just don't like that logic. I don't like how those decisions are being made that way. And I'm not being, I apologize, I know I'm being very reductive this way. It's just this one-time funding piece is just gets to me. So you had, David, you were going to say something?
If I may, through the chair, we are right now in the process of reviewing proposals that were submitted in the area of immigration. And in the context of reviewing that work, we're always looking at what gaps are created in other areas of funding. And so that's something that we're very mindful of. And with the one-time funding issue that you raised, we have tried to protect the baseline funding as much as possible, because we believe that it's critical for us to make an ongoing investment. So that's how we have tried to approach it. But we definitely are looking at those gaps as we consider the proposals that came forward.
I appreciate that. And I think there is a difference between of course, the rape crisis centers and then the other service providers, because we obviously don't need to have them qualify this way to receive services, right? All right, thank you. Those are my comments. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're still on 5E, yes, Vice Abikoga.
Thank you. I just wanted to appreciate Vice President Arena's comments about economic investment and especially around the major sporting events that are coming up. But on the other side of that too, I know we are going to be the holder of the funding coming from the state, and I believe there's negotiations happening. But I was around in 2016 when the Super Bowl happened last time, and there were costs incurred by various agencies like VTA. And so I just want to ensure that we're negotiating with the Bay Area Host Committee so that we don't have costs incurred, especially I've heard the areas of safety, public safety with the sheriff's office, emergency response. Yes, I just wanted to bring that up, and I trust that we're negotiating, but I hope that we're not going to end up with some incurred costs at the end.
You raise a very good point, Supervisor. Last time we had the Super Bowl, we had a number of important coordination roles and responsibilities as an organization. So, for example, back then, we had our Emergency Operations Center activated the whole week. I had the privilege of being the EOC director for that week activation. That was back when I was Deputy County Executive. And we incurred significant costs as a county organization through the Sheriff's Office, through our entire county operation, Office of Emergency Management, et cetera, that were not reimbursed. They were not reimbursed. This time we are seeking appropriate reimbursement. Now, the current available funding is not sufficient. Like I said, they're seeking to augment it. But we will undoubtedly have significant costs as an organization through our Office of Emergency Management, through our Sheriff's Office, through our DA's office, elsewhere. And we will be seeking, to the greatest extent, reasonable, given that, of course, there are other partners who have significant costs too, whether it's VTA or the City of Santa Clara or the City of San Jose or others. But we will be seeking some level of reimbursement, given that not only do we have those costs, but we don't really benefit from the revenues. Mm-hmm. And so this is a place where we're very differently situated than the cities. The county gets very little by way of sales tax revenue. And so some of the touted tax-related benefits associated with economic activity from some of these events do occur for cities, but not so much for counties. Nobody expects any property tax roll growth as a result of these events. And that's really our local source of tax revenue. So we have costs, but without offsetting revenue. And it is something that's top of mind for us.
Okay. And I have a few comments I want to make regarding 5E myself. First, certainly appreciate our county exec's recommendation to adding the additional facility security specialist to the facility security division because of our continuing growth of our footprint with the addition of our regional medical center this year. Also glad to see the recommendation to add the countywide grants manager position. Having said that before, sometimes you do need to spend some money to make money, and this, I believe, is a wise investment that should benefit our county greatly. There's also a recommendation for the Office of Sustainability Resilience to discontinue participating in California Green Business Network. So my question, James, is how is this going to impact the businesses that are currently certified, and what's the number of businesses that the county has certified through the program on an annual basis, and whether this is something that will go up or down in recent years?
We'll have to follow up with an off agenda on the number of entities that have participated. I don't have that information off the top of my head, but we believe the overall impact will be relatively modest, but we can follow up with that information.
Thank you. And then the last comment is regarding the concern of the proposed reduction of the $100,000 on the ongoing supplies and services budget for the Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs, given the most recent federal administration's curtailing the support of this community. I think there will be an increase in demand for this type of programming, so I just want to mention that. Other than that, I would like to go ahead and move on to next item, which is 5G, which is our procurement department. I believe this was Supervisor Abicoga that pulled it. Yes. Would you like a bit of a presentation first, or just go straight to
No,
question?
thank you. I just had one comment and request, and it could be follow-up, but I've received quite a bit of input from community members about sometimes the challenges with procurement and in terms of delays and the lack of transparency. I appreciate that this budget actually creates a new position to support the contracting team with one FTE. I'm hopeful that that will help, but just in general, would appreciate some more details, information about how we could better support the procurement department and address any bottlenecks that are a part of the process.
Supervisor, I'd be happy to maybe talk with you a bit about kind of our procurement structure. I don't know if those comments were related to goods or services contracting, but we have a hybrid model in our county where goods contracting is centralized in the procurement department, but services contracting is decentralized in the various county departments. And so to the extent that the comments you're receiving are related to services contracts as opposed to goods, which I suspect they probably are, they actually wouldn't necessarily be related to the procurement department itself. So maybe we can connect separately, and I can understand some of the things that you're hearing, and we can address that appropriately.
Great, thank you.
All right. So on that, 5G was done. We moved to 5H, which is the budget for the Office of the County Council. I believe Vice President Rennes, you pulled this one?
Oh, yes. This is 5H?
Yes, 5H for County Council's office.
Okay. All right. Oh, my gosh. Okay, yes, I see this one. I know that there's some letters that came in, and I think it was from SEMA, and they had some recommendations. I think their concern is for the investigations that are happening. And I know that there's a move over to our county council. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts about their concerns and
Sure.
any suggestions to address.
Yeah, so we have seen the SEMA letter regarding this, and actually, to give credit to SEMA, to begin with, part of the genesis behind this idea was something we were also thinking about ourselves, but something that came up in partnership and conversation with SEMA, which is to actually streamline and ensure some centralized support and consistency for investigation functions where there are allegations of misconduct or performance that might give rise to appealable discipline, so more serious. We did an analysis of the expected volume. Now, admittedly, it's a guess, right? Because this is not the way that the work has been currently organized. But based on that analysis of the expected volume, we projected a need for 5 FTE. Now, if it turns out that that's wrong, SEMA believes that that number should be 7. What we recommend is that obviously we have a shared interest in not having there be a backlog. Our recommendation is that we monitor this and we would revisit it. I think it's unlikely that more than 5 positions are likely to be filled immediately anyway. And I think we can monitor it and then come back to the board if it turns out that the volume is indeed higher and might need more positions, which certainly is possible. But we don't believe it makes sense at this moment to add those additional positions. But we don't disagree about the need, the purpose, or assessing to ensure that there's appropriate workload.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That's it for.
Okay. So after 5H, we have 5K, which is County Communications. Yes.
Yes, that's also me.
Yes.
All right. So I know that they're in our county executive, because you've been leading this this transition over to our South County Fire District, now into our Santa Clara Fire District. And I believe our county comms is, folks are concerned about the amount of work that this is going to create, the call volume. And I don't know if we've approximated what that workload will be, what that translates into the current FTEs that we have, and is that going to be, are they going to be able to respond to all that's being asked of them?
Sure, and let me say a couple things on this. So first, the county communications is the current primary public safety answering point for 911 calls for what is currently the South County Fire District today. Meaning if you're an unincorporated resident and you call 911, your call goes first to county comm because those 911 calls are always first routed to law. In other words, whichever agency has law enforcement responsibility. In the case of unincorporated South County, that's of course the sheriff's office, so that's covered by county communications. So we already answer all of those 911 calls. We also dispatch countywide all ambulances, including in the South County District. So that's also current call volume in the event that there's a medical call. The only change here is that currently where there is a call for a fire or medical event, the call is also transferred to currently the CAL FIRE Center for them to dispatch a unit, and instead that will now be handled by county communications to dispatch the appropriate county fire unit. The call volume is very modest, and because county communications already answers all of those 911 calls, we do not believe that there will be a significant impact. That being said, in this recommended budget, we are proposing to add four positions that will allow the department to proactively hire people in so that we can better address vacancies in the department. So these are unfunded positions, but they'll let people move trainees into codes so that we can get a pipeline and not have to wait until a retirement has occurred and there's a vacancy in order to bring people in. That should even further help the staffing levels at County Comm, which for many years, like most dispatch centers across the United States, has had staffing challenges. Great credit to the leadership and the employees at County Communications that we recently have actually been able to move away from mandatory overtime at the center. That's a huge deal for any 911 center in the country, but big deal for us given the history here. So all of that being said, I think the recommended budget actually positions us to help handle any workload changes, but we really do not see this as any significant workload.
Thank you for that information. It sounds like the call coordination for fire emergencies are the only thing that's relatively new. Is that
there could be an increase in the volume of that activity, but it is County Fire, which is an agency that County Communications currently dispatches for. So the protocols, the training, the procedures,
it's already
should
in
be
place.
identical
Yeah.
and in place. And I would certainly, if there's anything that the department leadership wishes to add or correct anything that I've said, please do. But that's, it is the same County Fire protocols and procedures.
Good afternoon, Tricia Adcock, Director of County Comm, and I would stand behind what County Exec Williams said. He is accurate. We already take the calls for unincorporated areas, so we handle them for law for the sheriffs, and we do triage through our EMD protocols, so we dispatch the ambulances to South County. Because we dispatch county fire resources, the only additional piece would be now dispatching them to South County as opposed to the west side of the county.
Got it. Okay. And then how, I guess from your staffing, is there a significant number of folks who are retiring so that these 4 FTEs, that makes sense to have them kind of backfill?
Yes, actually, on paper, if you look at our staffing, we have the potential to lose 17 employees in the next, well, today. If they all decided to retire today, they could retire. We have not heard about that at all, so the additional unfunded codes will allow us to prepare for those gaps when they come.
So would you say that is in the next 1-2 years? Or, I mean, of course, they can, if they wanted to, they could do today.
Yeah.
But typically, most employees give you an approximate, like, next year I'm done and I'm gone. What is the word?
I was going to be funny and say I say that every day. We've heard of a couple potential retirees this year.
Okay. All right, so that, listen, I look forward to seeing how this all plays out. I think that it's something relatively new for folks, and so I'm hoping that you can provide as much information and really address some of the concerns that they have. Because the more that they know, and hopefully you all plan together, the less hesitancy they'll have for these changes. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have for 5K. Moving to 5L, which is the Facilities and Fleet Department. I believe so, as Bakoga, you pulled that one, yes?
Thank you, President Lee. First of all, thank you to FAF and the administration for making meaningful reductions in providing cost-saving strategies for the department. I also wanted to acknowledge the significant investments the county is making in our hospital facilities and clinics in the community, including $255 million for our health and hospital system. I was particularly interested in the proposed budget for FAF as it relates to the $13 million for improvements to the facilities here at 70 West Heading. I've been asking for more information in terms of making improvements to this 50-year-old building versus what I've been seeing the market and the potential, just it's a good pricing time on the market in terms of especially commercial buildings. I know VTA and Silicon Valley Clean Energy recently purchased buildings. And so I was hoping to get more information on the cost benefit of either investing in this building or potentially looking at purchasing something out in the market. Thank you.
A few thoughts to share on that. First of all, we are actively looking for opportunities, and I think we can share via confidential off agenda the status of those efforts.
Okay.
But regardless, there will be a need to upgrade the core infrastructure for this building, because even in the event that we did a purchase instead and had the departments that currently utilize this building move to a different location, we would almost certainly still keep this building and utilize it as the newer building for some of the services that really need adjacency with the criminal court and need to stay located here anyway. So the improvements that we're moving forward with at this time include things like the elevators and HVAC, plumbing and other core systems that are all beyond end of life, as those of us who work here know all too well, unfortunately, that we know are investments that we're going to have to make regardless to this facility. But in terms of actually investing in the build out of the floors specific to particular departments, we are actively looking at other options. The market for what we actually need is not as robust as one might think, but I think that's probably best laid out in a confidential off-agenda communication.
That'd be great. And if it could include details of like what the plan, the remodel plan is, the timeline, that would be very helpful too. Thank you.
Supervisor Young?
I think Supervisor Ellenberg had her light on first.
Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you. I hadn't initially put a request in for this item, but since the meeting began, we've become aware that not one of the 4 Prop 1 applications to expand mental health housing and resources was approved, which to say is disappointing is an extraordinary understatement. The irony of being denied these 4 grants on the very same day that Governor Newsom announces yet new direction to local ordinances to adopt ordinances to clear homeless encampments is not at all lost on me. The emphasis on holding the sickest and the poorest accountable without providing meaningful resources, whether it is long-term housing or mental health services or substance use disorder services, suggests to me that real solutions are not going to be forthcoming anytime soon. I imagine since this just happened that there's not additional information, but I would like to request an off agenda on any information that you are able to gather on why none of our applications were moved forward. I know there's a second round. I'm sure we will be persistent and diligent, but as one supervisor, I was feeling pretty confident that we were going to get these grants because they are directly in line with what the governor and the state writ large is asking us to do.
Supervisor, thank you for raising that. It is breaking news. I'll go a couple steps further than you. I think it's outrageous. These projects that we put forward are squarely within the priorities and the promises that were made to voters when Prop 1 was sold to the electorate. These projects are pivotal to achieving the things that this community is asking for and that this board has requested in terms of expansion of critical behavioral health facilities. The proposals that we put in were very strong on the criteria that the state promulgated. And so we're going to take a close look at which projects were approved instead to see what was happening. But we are not just surprised, but really outraged that not a single one of those projects was proposed. Obviously, we had programmed these in the capital planning process, and we will follow up with an off agenda. We do need to review the information and see what's happened, so we don't really have any further information for the board at this particular moment. But it is not good news for the community here, and it goes completely, is antithetical to the promises that were made associated with Prop 1. And given that we're going to have our ongoing funding diverted from other behavioral health services, and the promise in exchange was supposedly that we were going to have this funding available for facilities, to then not see any of those projects approved is deeply concerning.
Thank you very much, James. This was a bad news that I have not heard, and thanks for Supervisor Ellenberg for bringing it up. This must be fresh off the press of bad news. I think Supervisor Young first? Okay, go ahead.
That news is sort of kind of devastating. Hi. I just want to say I appreciate, switching gears, I appreciate the administration's balancing of our environmental commitments in purchasing renewable energy against our budgetary realities without compromising our sustainability values. So I want to thank y'all for that. My office had sent a request for an update on the solar panel installation projects. I'd like to get that back either as an off agenda or if you have a status update today. As a staff member, I remember supporting the pre-work done to install solar panels at the VASC a while back, but I know that the project has not reached it yet. So knowing the status of the project, where the solar panels have yet to be installed, and if we've cut back on this project, has those funds been reintegrated or repatriated to the general fund?
Through the chair, Supervisor, the project continues to move forward. It's really just at the kind of the cusp of really going to turn into brick and mortar, so to speak. And we'll get you the off agenda and the whole group the off agenda so we can update you on the status.
Thank you.
Vice President Rennes on facilities.
Listen, I'm just as upset as everyone else. I know for South County that meant our skilled facility, nursing facility, is not in the books anymore. And just in general, this is something that our families really need when they are trying to get back on track. So. On another note, I wanted to see, I know this is very recent for the Latino health assessment that was just approved, and I was hoping that we can include a planned integration of language to update the 10-year CIP plan to include the Latino health assessment action plan projects.
Yes, we'd be happy to do so. Obviously, the health assessment item was heard too late for that to be incorporated in this document, but we can absolutely incorporate those in the 10-year CIP.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, on facilities, I do have a couple of questions. Yeah, thanks, Chef. So regarding the proposed savings from opting out of the premium 100% renewable electricity services from SVC and San Jose Clean Energy, I just want to point out that we have already opted this service out last fiscal year as a quote-unquote one-time action. So this is a second one-time action. For this fiscal year, SVC's standard service will be at 90% carbon-free and 50% renewable. And I am concerned that scaling back our climate efforts when we're faced with a federal administration that's drastically rolling back our climate and environmental protections, as I've mentioned last meeting. The federal administration has proposed cutting billions of dollars in federal funding for projects, including renewable energy, guiding programs that curb climate change. In the face of these actions, that would certainly accelerate the harmful climate change. We certainly need to continue to be a leader in the space and prioritize climate action in our county. And I'm hopeful that this quote-unquote one-time savings will not become a bad habit of a permanent, ongoing shift that after this fiscal year we'll find another way to save elsewhere without increasing our emissions and scaling back our climate efforts. Understand that we don't anticipate a significant increase in carbon emissions from the shift to 95% carbon-free electricity services. Do we have a sense of how much of such an increase in carbon emissions we can expect to see in the year based on this shift from 100 to 95%, Jeff?
Actually, I do. It's expected to be about 2.5% other than what we already generate. So it's a 2.5% difference, which amounts to about 2,200 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. So I just want to keep that in mind. So for future, hopefully we could find ways to not continue doing this one-time thing, so-called. And then also the other issue was regarding the $8 million decrease in funding on emergency repairs. Maybe you could shed some light on why this recommendation was not included.
This was not included as a cost-saving manager one time. Maybe I'll
Yeah, I can. Let me speak to both those things. So first of all, regarding the energy purchases, the reason it's been put as one time is precisely for what you noted, Supervisor, which is we could have proposed it as ongoing, but our hope is to not be in that situation. Obviously, it does generate some critically needed one-time savings to help make things balance. Regarding the $8 million in emergency repairs, the reality is that across of our facilities, especially if you consider our jail and other related facilities, even candidly buildings like this one, we have a lot of accumulated deferred maintenance. And our concern as administration is threefold. One is we will either have the expenses pop up without the budget, and when we do have the emergency repairs, and you'll see on almost every agenda, there'll be another one on the next agenda. I think there was one on the last agenda. You'll see these emergency repair items under the FAF category every couple months. Those represent things that were so exigent that they needed to be repaired without going through any bidding process or anything else, because you had HVAC go out at a facility, or you had a plumbing backup at the jail, or you had some other, or you had a roof leak, or something like that. And we have millions of dollars of those popping up because of deferred maintenance. So one is making sure we have the budget available to cover that, so it doesn't end up becoming an unbudgeted expense. Second is our concern that not having the budget available for those expenses puts building operations in a position of not adequately dealing with some of those in a more durable manner. And one of the lessons that we learned from our prior series of budget reductions coming out of the dot-com bust and the Great Recession. So this organization had a dozen years in a row of budget reductions. And actually, Jeff Draper was here as FF director for part of that time. He's one of our longer tenured department heads. One of the lessons learned is we severely cut back on facilities and IT funding. And it put us in a very bad position as an organization coming out from that, because those costs compound, and we have never caught up from that deficit that we put ourselves in from that dozen years of divestment. So we're really trying to incorporate those painful lessons learned. And so even though I appreciate that Jeff brought that forward as a cut, that was not one I was comfortable recommending to the board, because I think it's penny wise and pound foolish in a way that would really hurt our ability to operate and negatively impact the budget in the future year.
Right. Okay, thank you for the explanation, and hopefully things don't break, crossing our fingers, but obviously don't want to wait till last minute either. If we see water coming up from our roof, then I know we're in trouble, because we're only on the 10th floor.
And we've had issues even in this building.
It happened, I think, in my first or second week here, that we had a major flood from the 12th floor.
Right.
So, yeah, it went all the way down to the second.
That's sad. Okay, all right. On that sad note, on 5L, let's move to the next one, which is 5, I believe, N, Employee Services Agency. Let's see, I believe Supervisor Young? Yes.
Thank you. James, I'd like to, just going off of your opening, can you please talk us through the in-placement process and what that will look like for the 51 filled job codes being affected, potentially affected by the recommended budget?
Sure, I'd be happy to do so, and I'll let our ESA Director, David Hebner, add anything he'd like as well. But a couple things. So it's a little complicated, but I'll break it down in a simple way. Obviously, any layoff-related impacts or position-related impacts are governed by our contracts, labor contracts, and they differ. So, for example, the SEIU and SEMA contracts provisions regarding seniority, days of service are different. But the process essentially works like this. For those individuals who have same classification vacancies, so again, that is 37 out of the 51 FTE, those folks will not change their classification or their pay or anything else, but they may be moved into a different role in their department or into a different department. For the 14 FTE, where there's not a currently available same classification, that is where there could be either bumping or in-placement, and those are technically two different things. So bumping is where there's a right under the union contract for an individual with more seniority or someone who has underlying status in a prior position that maybe they were in before they promoted up or changed jobs, that they may have certain rights to automatically claim a position. The in-placement process is the second step, where after you've gone through the seniority and the bumping process and you've identified essentially the least senior person and there isn't a same classification spot, where we then work with that individual to place them in a vacancy in the county where they meet the employment standards, the minimum qualifications for the position. But that's not a by right process, but that is something that we affirmatively do for our employees, even where they don't have a right to bump. So that's a long way of saying that we have, it's an individualized process. The Employee Services Agency has a dedicated team that will be working through the seniority lists, will be notifying the affected labor organizations, will be working then to notify the specific affected individual employees. But people should not make, and this is, I think, very important, people should not make wrong assumptions about who might be affected, because they may not have the full information regarding seniority lists or regarding what's happening countywide in a classification to know that information, and they should wait for that formal notification once ESA has worked through that process, which, as I said at the beginning, is a bit of a moving target because we continue as vacancies arise to minimize filled position impacts. David, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
No, I think you summarized it well. The only things I'd add is we realize it's a stressful process for everybody involved, and we do need to think about it as on a per-person basis. So we actually are training up more staff to be involved in the process so that we can do more of that hand-holding. And then to James' point, it's really important not to act too quickly or to make assumptions because it is a little bit of a moving target. But we are in the process of doing the trainings, not only for our new staff, but also trainings for managers who are going to be going through the process as well.
So 2 follow-up questions on this issue. The first is that, I think you brought up a good point, David, that this is a very stressful process for folks who are potentially affected by this until they get that notice. That stress level is still there. And it really is really important to me and I believe to this organization that this is handled with as much empathy. James, you said the term hand-holding, with as much hand-holding as possible. As a former staffer, I've seen firsthand missteps. You weren't here yet, David, so I trust it won't happen this time. But I've seen that there's been instances where the wrong letter was sent to the wrong person, the wrong miscommunication was, it was just, and that causes an incredible level of stress and anxiety that's hard to come back from, to recover from very quickly. So thank you for that. And yeah, I would like for our board to be posted and kept updated on this process when that list comes out, when the positions are identified, who is the hand-holding team that will help triage each individual employee's situation. And the other question I have is that for those who don't have a lateral or similar like position to move into, for some in the county, that's going to feel like a regression of their county career, right? Like I've leveled up, now I'm taking a step back. What priorities do they have in the future should a position that's similar to their previous code open up? Is there priority given to them? Is that going to be part of the hand-holding process?
Yes. So in general, folks have 2 years under which they have reinstatement rights if there's an opening or vacancy in their former position. So, so if there's other vacancies that arise because, for example, there are a number of retirements later, that provision is in the underlying ordinance code and is in most of our contracts.
Well, thank you. I think for a fiscal financial landscape this dire, this is pretty minimal. And I mean, not to minimize the impacts to the 51 coded the filled positions, but it could have been much worse.
And Supervisor, to that point, I actually want to really thank the ESA team that's worked very hard to coordinate with OBA on trying to minimize filled position impacts, as well as some thoughtful planning by some of the departments that would otherwise be disproportionately impacted. For example, Public Health, which has held a number of vacancies for some time in anticipation of the need to do some restructuring. And The overall situation is actually fewer filled position impacts than last year's budget, which is really remarkable. And so I just appreciate the hard work to try to get there, while acknowledging that we may not always be in that place. That's always where we want to be. We work really hard to minimize those impacts, but we also have to acknowledge that we could face some really significant headwinds depending on what happens with, in particular, Medicaid.
That's very disconcerting. So handle with care. Thank you, David. That's my expectation request of you in your operation. My other question related to this item is that I want to reference the recommendation provided by SEMA. I think you referenced the white paper earlier, James. So in that white paper, there is a recommendation to pivot away from the deletion of a filled public health communications officer position code to instead delete the one vacant communications officer position. I'd like to understand the feasibility of that transition.
Well, it's something we'll look at. They are different positions, and so, but it is something that we'll look at with the Public Health Department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now moving to item, last item on 5, which is 5.0 Finance Agency. I think it's Supervisor Abikoga. You pulled this one? Oh, was not. Oh, my bad. 5.0. Oh, so it's Young.
I have
I'm
it as
sorry.
pulled by
Supervisor Jung.
Yeah.
Young, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think that's me. Generally, my reaction, my response and reflection to this chapter is one of appreciation. Thank you for balancing. Just want to ask about can you tell me more about the $1.5 million one-time expenditure to continue our COVID-19 disaster cost recovery?
Oh, yeah. So that's a very good question. Thank you so much. We have had this 5-year journey with FEMA and the COVID-19 reimbursement process. We need additional year to complete the work we're doing with contractor AGWIT to complete that work. We're in the closeout phase now. We have about 3 projects left of 84 plus projects that we provided, we submitted to FEMA. So that funds will be used for it.
And I get to
also cost reimbursable.
take this opportunity to thank Margaret's team and others. We did receive sufficient FEMA funds to cover the full regional purchase. We actually received those approvals from FEMA and Cal OES. So that was a huge lift. The team worked very hard. It was very proactive even prior to the change in presidential administration, but continuing thereafter. So they hit that target, and this is to continue the consulting contracts associated with those reimbursement processes.
Thank you for that clarification that we're in the closing phase, and this is not a Hail Mary, which is what I was really worried about. Okay, thank you for your work. And that's it for me for this item.
Okay, all right. So I have 4:39 right now. And the next item, we are finishing with 5. We're not taking any motion. We're moving to 6, correct? Which will be the Health and Hospital Committee. And I would actually propose the following to my colleagues. I would ask to start the public comments period first. Let's hear the public first and see how it goes, how the time goes. Depending on the time, whether we need to take a dinner break, we could decide at that time after public comments. Would that work for my colleagues? Good. Okay. All right. If that's the case, I'll ask Curtis, how many speakers do we have for item 6?
I have 23 cards in chambers and 10 hands in rising. Well, let's see. It was 9 just a second ago. 10 hands in Zoom. Looks like we're holding at 10, so that would be about 33 total.
Okay, based on our notice, at those numbers is 30 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so as we have a truncated with so many speakers, we are truncated to 30 seconds. So I know it's tough to get all that in there, and so I'm going to just pause for a second, ask everybody to kind of rearrange your comments. One thing I want to mention about comments is this. If it has been spoken before, and if you agree to it, there are many ways you could not have to say the same thing the third, fourth, fifth time, right? We talked about no clapping, right? But we could certainly raise a hand and shake. So for the sake of times and not repetition, I think that's really the best way we can move forward, and hopefully we would like to get everybody heard as well. So that being said, let's go and start the in-person public comments. Thank you.
Okay, and we will close the queue at this time. For our in-chamber speakers, I will call batches of names at a time. Our first batch, we have Kenneth Horowitz, Elba Morales, Paul Williams, Shannon Rivera, Natalie Tu, Brianna Flores, Gina Schaub.
Dr. Horace, go ahead.
Well, thank you. I want to talk about the contract expenditures, the $900,000. I'm a veteran. Supervisor Lee is a veteran as well. I would like to see to restore the $180,000 for vet dental services. It's a small amount of money. We have 35,000 vets in the county. It's like $100 a vet to get their teeth cleaned and get a filling. So please think about the $180,000.
Thank you.
Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Elba Morales. As a public health nurse for Regional Nursing Program, I provide medical, mental, and safety assessments in the homes of our most vulnerable community members. I am here to advocate that no public health nursing positions be deleted from Santa Clara County. As frontline workers, we help maintain our community safer and healthier, and there's never been a greater need for public health nurses. Our community depends on our services. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As the only PHN serving our PSH population, I must point out the devastating consequences of deleting this position. More evictions, EMS calls, ICU admissions, overdose deaths, and untreated mental health issues. Decreased linkage to primary care where we can give them the care at a much lower cost to the county and generate revenue. Ending this work will lead to more deaths at our PHS sites and downstream costs far exceeding the $185,000 saved. That would be fiscally irresponsible and morally reprehensible and undermine the goals of Measure A.
Calling a few more names, Srilatha Ajarapu, Myelin Arianas, Dave Mineta, Rachel Montoya, Don Taylor, Josh Cello, Carlos Murillo.
Hi, my name is Brianna. I'm a public health assistant working with public health nurses. PHAs play an essential role in the program. Most of us are Spanish speakers. Our services are very important in the community. We help patients get medical appointments, provide health education, and community resources. We go out to these communities and build connections with these families in need. And there will be less of us if jobs are cut. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Natalie Tu, and I'm a public health nurse with the county. As a public health nurse working with a program that supports first-time moms and their babies, all of whom are among the most vulnerable in our community, I've seen firsthand the power of what we do, and without the guidance, time and time again, these mothers have told me that without my guidance, my support, and the resources that I've provided and that I've brought to their home, they wouldn't have known what to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Gina Schaub. I am the one and only CSEC nurse for Santa Clara County's 17 cities. I've been in this role for the last 3 years, and I provide care for youth ages 11 to 22 that are either confirmed or at risk of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. For the last 2 years, we have been working with the skeleton crew, and any further cuts will greatly diminish my capacity to service my clients' needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Srilata Ajarapu. I am the only health education specialist in our program. It's called Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program. So I do outreach and educate families, especially underserved families, and who don't have access to even the information about lead poisoning and prevention. Without health educators, it will be devastating to see they can't even protect their kids. So I humbly request to preserve all health educator roles and invest in prevention, which aligns with your strategies. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mielina Remus. I am a regional nursing public health nurse. As a public health nurse, we are there in the homes of the community. We provide education and resources to families throughout the county. We are there when they're grieving the loss of a loved one. We are there when they're discharged from the hospital to care for a newborn baby. Please keep our program alive so that we can continue to serve and protect the health of our community with our preventative services. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for your steadfast support of our behavioral health system. We're back today because the issues remain unresolved. The proposed rates for FY 25-26 eliminate differentials that are essential, not optional, to keeping this system stable. So I'll close with this. The system is fragile, much more fragile than I think we think. The need is rising, and we cannot afford to go backwards. Please stand with us again. Thank you very much.
Going backward isn't just a policy decision, it's a risk we can't afford to take in the face of our behavioral health crisis. With these rates, we've stabilized our system, reduced staff turnover by 50%, and expanded service capacity by over 13%. These aren't just numbers, they reflect lives stabilized, care delivered, and a system gaining ground. We urge you, direct the administration to work with us to preserve these rates as next year's contracts are developed.
Thank you.
I'm going to call a few more names. Kristen Briscoe, Carrie Wood, Jason Majors, Jorge Meza, Wakana Okuma, Sandra Asher, Lori Catcher, Diane G., Nancy Rosado. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Don Taylor with Catholic Charities in the BHCA. Thanks to differential rates, providers now annually serve over 2,300 more additional clients than just 2 years ago. We've also made vital investments in quality assurance, electronic health records, clinical supervision, and evidence-based practices. Your decision on these rates is not just about dollars. It's a powerful statement of county values in supporting the work. So thank you.
Josh Sello, CEO, Bill Wilson Center. As my colleagues have stated, we need your help to provide our vital services to the community. Mental health and substance use counseling, helping people stay on their medications, stabilize in housing, connect to services that prevent hospitalization, incarceration, or relapse. These are all at risk without funding. We urge the administration to preserve what's working for our clients, our providers, and our community. We cannot do this without your support.
My name is Carlos Murillo. I'm also represent SAU Local 521 as a blue-collar vice chair. I'm here to bring forth the voices of my fellow coworkers. The decisions made here can have a huge impact in our lives and the well-being of those we served. Every action you take here can lead to better jobs, stronger services, and brighter future. As we face potential Medicaid cuts and threats to essential programs, we're counting on you to do what's right and to put our community's well-being first. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Kristen Briscoe, and I serve on the Psychiatric Emergency Response Team. I am here today to urge you to reconsider the proposal for behavioral health to sunset the PERT program and to close of the fiscal year 25 and reallocate and absorb into Mobile Crisis Emergency Response Team. PERT is the only team in the county that embeds licensed mental health clinicians directly with law enforcement, responding to real-time, highest-risk 911 mental health calls. Whether it was safely resolving an active shooter situation by force, preventing suicide in real time, connecting unhoused individuals to treatment.
Yes, any of the comments you cannot finish, please submit to the staff and we'll add it to our record. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Carrie Wood, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker with the PERT Team Santa Clara. I'm here today to urge you to continue to fund the PERT program. PERT has created positive changes for people within the communities we work. PERT teams not only respond to high-risk calls, but also respond to 911 calls for individuals in mental health crisis. These come from the VA, hospitals, therapists, schools, family members, friends, and sometimes the individuals themselves. We have worked with our law enforcement partners to make our teams known so that when people within our community have to call 911,
PERT's average response time is 13 minutes, more than twice as fast as any other team, and we've been involved in thousands of incidents without a single injury inflicted by a PERT officer or towards staff. That's not just public safety, that's public savings. Because when PERT's there, we prevent threats to the community, police use of force incidents, lawsuits, and costly hospitalizations. We all want fiscal responsibility, but eliminating PERT is not responsible, it's short-sighted. Please don't gamble with community safety or public trust to chase a budget number. Keep PERT, it saves lives and money.
Hi, my name is Jorge Mesa, PERT clinician embedded with San Jose Police. Our clinicians carry advanced skills in suicide prevention, hostage negotiation, and critical de-escalation. These aren't optional skills, they're lifelines for the public and for the people in crisis. Folding PERT into MCRT risks far greater costs. How will you guarantee the same speed when seconds matter most? How will you protect the trust between officers and clinicians in the field? What is the plan if tragedies increase and trust in crisis response is broken?
Good afternoon. My name is Wakana Okuma, and I'm a police officer with the City of San Jose. Jorge is my partner. I'm a PERT officer. I'm assigned to PERT right now, and we respond to calls. We go to the one who is dangling off the freeway, closing the freeway. We respond to the guy waving a gun outside of a hotel room. We go to all these calls, and I bring the clinician to the police call. So please don't eliminate PERT. It's really valuable.
I actually support the restructuring of the crisis response teams and dissolving PERT, and thank the county for focusing on trust and urge you to expand their funding. Trust provides compassionate and community-based care, de-escalation, crisis response, follow-up, and connection to resources without law enforcement. They have the lower acuity calls, and MCRT takes those that are of higher need. These situations can call for law enforcement backup when needed. Thank you.
Hi, I'm also here in support of the Council's recommendation to dissolve PERT and fold those clinicians into MCRT and support trust as a primary response to mental health and substance use crisis. Mental illness is not a crime. Our system should reflect that every step of the way and every response. And MCRT can activate law enforcement as last resort if needed. Also at public events, when we have told the community about trust, everyone is so glad to know about it. They need to know more about it, and no one has said, oh no, I'd only want co-response.
Hi, my name is Nancy Rosado, and I'm the mother of a 34-year-old who has been diagnosed with a very strong mental illness. He was diagnosed at the age of 23. He's 34 years old right now, and I'm a strong advocate for him, not only for him, but for all the people that suffer mental illness. And I advocate for all the programs that have helped me, like RAP is a very important organization. It's a class where family meets once a week, and they teach us how to help them. And also, it's very important for the community.
Yes, we have if you could get your rest of comments, I'm sorry, with 30 seconds we're gone by so fast. If you could give the remaining comments to the clerk, we'll put them on the record.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We exhausted all the in-person speakers?
We have two cards that I believe we haven't heard from, and we had a few people who came up quickly and I didn't catch their names. So I believe we haven't heard from Diane G. or I think it might be Shannon Rivera. Shannon, I'm having a bit of a hard time reading that one.
Okay. Are those individuals still here in the chamber? If not, we'll go move on to the Zoom speakers. And how many do we have on Zoom again?
We have 10 speakers on Zoom.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Our first Zoom speaker is Joe Cafaro.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Joe Cafaro. I'm from the Hospital Council, and several of the private hospitals have concerns about item 6C, specifically about the large increase of the EMS fees happening all at once. We are not against an increase of fees. We'd like some time to discuss and to review the fee study so that we could see how the fees are created and how we could be of assistance to look.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alyssa Koff-Ginsburg.
Good afternoon. I'm deeply concerned about the proposal to eliminate rate differentials that have been critical in avoiding a clinic-only model. Behavioral health providers have decades of experience delivering care, maintaining billing productivity and efficiency just to survive, standards not equally applied to county clinics. It's troubling that proposed rates ignore input from those effectively managing services. It suggests the county believes it knows better than the very providers who deliver 90% of its behavioral health safety.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stacy Alves.
Hi, Stacy Alves. I'm the Chief Nurse Executive at Kaiser Permanente Santa Clara, calling about item 6C. We are concerned about the large increase in proposed EMS designation fees and would like the county to create a work group with the hospital so that we can work together to analyze the proposed increases and streamline the process to look for greater efficiencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria H.
Hi, my name is Mariah. I'm a resident concerned about violence prevention, and I was grateful to see in February the board voted to take a public health approach to violence and create an Office of Violence Prevention for the county, but I don't see that reflected in the draft budget. I understand the tough financial choices we're facing, but focusing on prevention makes good financial sense because it costs far less to prevent violence than to deal with the high cost of violence when it happens. By investing a modest amount in prevention now, the county can save money while improving safety.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Cowan.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is John Cowan, Executive Director of Government Relations for El Camino Health, here to express our strong concerns about item 6C and the proposed sudden increases in EMS designation fees for hospitals. To date, we haven't had the opportunity to see the draft or final fee study report, which underlies these proposed changes. Transparency is important, and we asked you to direct EMS to create a work group with hospitals so we can jointly analyze the fee increases and achieve savings where possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Victoria Ramirez.
Hello, Victoria Ramirez with Stanford Healthcare. Today we join our hospital partners across the county in sharing concerns over the proposed increases in EMS designation fees, some of which are 6 times the current rates. We had hoped for greater collaboration and transparency from the county to justify the increases. And today we ask you to direct EMS to release the final fee study report and create a working group with hospitals so we can collaborate to find additional savings or alternative ways to fund EMS. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ofisa Patti.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Ofisa Patti. I'm the Advocacy Coordinator at Asian Americans for Community Involvement, ACI. I'm here today to express our deep concern about the proposed reductions to behavioral health services and to urge the board to prioritize these essential services in the budget. As federal administration changes create uncertainty in healthcare access, Santa Clara County must strengthen, not reduce, its commitment to BH services. The county serves as the ultimate safety net for its most vulnerable residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kieran Kelly.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
This is Kieran Kelly with Kaiser Permanente, San Jose. I'm just calling in to share our concerns about the proposed increases in EMS designation fees for local hospitals. We asked the county for greater transparency around the proposed fee increases and urge you to direct EMS to create a work group with hospitals in the area to discuss and analyze this process to identify efficiencies and ways to improve it and bring down costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the final speaker who raised their hand before the speaker queue was closed is SVCN1.
Hi, this is Kira Kazantzis, CEO of Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. We support the dissolution of the PERT program because mental health crises deserve a response rooted in care, not criminalization. Civilian-based crisis models are proven to be safer to everyone, more effective, and centered on healing and de-escalation rather than punishment or police involvement. And we're also very concerned with the proposed reductions in behavioral health contract rates, which puts our community-based behavioral health and addiction treatment organizations and our larger system at risk. Thanks for whatever you can do to continue to move that system forward, and thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. And I actually had one more speaker who raised their hand before the queue was closed, and that is Alana Blackstone.
Good afternoon. My name is Elena Blackstone. I am a new mom to a 4-month-old. I'm expressing my concern in terms of the cuts to public health nursing. As a vulnerable mom who is blind and as a mom, I express that you keep the nurses because without them, I wouldn't have had the support in terms of parenting my child.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead and close the public speaker portion of 6. So I'm going to go ahead and go through the same process and ask my colleague which items would they like to ask questions on item number 6. I'll go down Supervisor Abikoga first.
Thank you, President Lee. I'd like to pull item 6B, 6C, and 6E.
E for echo, yeah? Okay, great. And Supervisor Young?
Same. I have nothing else to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
I'd like to hear A and E, please.
6A, okay. And Vice President Arenas?
I would like to discuss D.
D. Okay, so I have, well, I think I have everything. A, B, C, D, and E, correct? That means all pulled. All right. That being said, okay, look at time check real quick. I have 5:03. I would like to say let's push it to around 5:30 and see where things are. And then at that point, call for recess for dinner, and we can make a decision at that time. Would that work? Let's try to see how far we go. Okay? All right. So let's go to 6A. Who pulled 6A? Let's see. I believe Supervisor Ellenberg, you pulled A, yes? 6A.
Yes, thank you very much. That's the Valley Health Plan item.
Yes.
Is someone coming down to answer questions?
6A is Valley Health Plan? Yeah, great.
My questions really are perhaps best directed at James, so that's fine as well. James, I'm interested in learning more about how we may be contingency planning for any potential cuts to the recent Medicaid expansion at the state or federal level. And I heard you say earlier that the size of the potential loss is so large that it's nearly impossible. So let me narrow that down. What I'm really thinking about is what our plan is for the PCAP program, which we were largely able to sunset during last year's budget process due to the Medi-Cal expansion covering our county's undocumented population. I'm interested to know if that is part of the contingency planning, and where does the PCAP funding come from if we do resurrect it?
These are great questions. So just for everybody's benefit, the PCAP program is basically our primary care access program for low-income individuals, although we significantly increased the scope of eligibility several years back. That is for those individuals who do not have other insurance. And with the Affordable Care Act and with the expansions to Medi-Cal over the last several years, including the most recent expansions to state-only Medi-Cal, we've been able to really reduce the funding associated with that program, because the great news has been that so many more individuals have access to actual health insurance that they need. The program is funded by general fund dollars. And we have been able to realize some structural general fund savings in the last few years by being able to reduce the amount allocated to the program to align it with the actual expenditures, because we now have so few people in our community who have no insurance at all. The bottom line is, if we see a number of folks lose Medi-Cal coverage, either because of work rules or because of state changes to state-only Medi-Cal, we would expect to see increases in PCAP as well as our other related assistance programs that we provide, where we offset cost of care for those who are otherwise unable to afford it. And so we would then need to augment general fund support for those programs. We have not changed the criteria. So in other words, we haven't changed any income limits or eligibility associated with these programs, even though we reduced the budget. The reduction of the budget was just to align with what we were actually seeing in expenditures, because so many more people have had Medi-Cal coverage. But we didn't reduce eligibility to the program. And so if more people become in need of the program under the current this program design, that would increase general fund cost.
I think it would be helpful, especially since there's so many new folks here, if we could get an off agenda that explains really how PCAP works and why it's a cost savings for us to provide essentially an additional insurance product, rather than we would have to pay emergency room costs regardless. If this is an incentive for people, this is an incentive for people to go to primary care doctors. This is separate from emergency room costs.
And yeah, I see Paul eager to add some words. So do you want to come on down, Paul?
Thanks, Paul.
I don't think revealing anything that's not visually evident, but Paul had a surgery on Friday and was back at work hours later.
Wow.
So that's our health system CEO for you.
Trying to support the system here.
It was performed at our facility.
Thank you, James, and President Lee and board members. So the PCAP program works to our advantage in a number of different ways. One, it promotes the use of primary care, preventive health care, and then it leverages our entire healthcare system. So individuals enrolled in PCAP actually receive services within our entire system, including specialty, hospital care, et cetera. So it's an akin to our health access program based on eligibility.
With the goal being we're avoiding more expensive emergency room visits?
That's correct. And the ability for us to provide integrated services is the hallmark of this program, in that we're leveraging every seat on the bus, if you will. So we're not paying outside the system for care. We're only providing care within our system.
Got it. So is it actual dollars allocated for the care, or is it care that is absorbed
The budget
in
for
our system?
PCAP specifically pays for primary care. So we partner with our community health partnership clinics to ensure that we have the scope of access for primary care.
And if you know offhand, if you don't, it's fine, what, before the Medi-Cal expansion for undocumented adults, about what was our general fund budget for PCAP?
We can get you the number, but I know we reduced it substantially. I want to say tenfold, if not more, so.
I do know that it was under 10 million.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you very much. I still think sort of a history and general outline of the system would be helpful for all of us. Thank you.
All right, moving to number 6B, which is Public Health Department. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, President Lee. I wanted to pull this item because, as we all share, the public health is one of our critical programs, system that we provide here. And I'm concerned about, well, I know that we have to make some tough decisions, but the challenge with public health I see is that oftentimes the return on investment in preventing illness, disability, and dependency may not be recognized for years or even decades later. And it's true for the inverse in that the negative impacts of cost cuts to PhD may not be felt today, but they are real and can impact the community in the future. And so I appreciate that the budget maintains the fundamental aspects of PhD, such as emergency preparedness and vaccine support capacity, outbreak response capacity. But I was hoping to ask what the Public Health Department, what do you believe the community will most feel with the currently proposed budget cuts?
Well, as Dr. Rudman answers that question, I do think for the benefit of, I know the board's aware of this, but just for the benefit of the public discussion, to say a couple things about the big picture for the Public Health Department. 30% of it, the department's revenue is federally derived, and these funding streams have already faced significant interruptions. We have brought forward a recommended budget that substantially backfills federal revenue loss with general fund resources in a way that I think few public departments in the nation will have, and that has an eye towards the fact that the CDC and others are not likely to maintain critical infrastructure such as data that is needed to even see what's happening. And so while we've had, I think, a couple of years now of some painful cuts in public health because of other federal funding that's sunset, for example, in last year's budget, and while we're very concerned about state impacts layering on top of this, this budget does not incorporate any potential state-related funding impacts to public health. We are increasing county general fund investment in the Public Health Department by $15.7 million to backfill for federal loss. And so even though it's not every penny, it's a very significant investment that is reflective of some of the concerns you just identified, Supervisor. But I'll let Dr. Rudman talk about some of the impacts, but I think that context is really critical.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm joined by my colleagues, Rhonda McClinton-Brown and Michael Ballier, our Deputy Directors for the Public Health Department, Dr. Redman, Acting Director and Public Health Officer. And thank you for that question, because I think, you know, what is so disheartening and concerning at this moment is seeing yet again another year's worth of loss of federal funding, including this very substantial cliff we face as we anticipate further loss of that bucket that we rely so heavily on in the Public Health Department. And I think exactly as you named, Supervisor, so much of what public health does goes unseen when it's done well. And until it is not there, it's not known what we've been up to. And I think some of the public comments spoke to that. For example, the young mother describing the support she received during pregnancy. There may be many families out there who don't know that it could be an option to receive support during the time of early care of childhood. Without our programs, they may not realize that they have the opportunity to be cared for. So I think what's going to be really difficult is that as these hits and reductions come at the same time that these federal systems that we rely on and that keep people healthy are being dismantled, it will be hard to tell what the community is feeling is truly due to what we're doing here today in response to the federal withdrawal of support and what comes from those crumbling federal systems. The reason I say that is, for example, I think first, actually, I want to thank Mr. Williams and OBA for the incredible amount of support we've received year over year, because I am not aware of any other jurisdiction anywhere in California or frankly in the country who is receiving this level of upfront support and who is planning this far ahead and this thoughtfully for the level of federal hits that haven't yet come. And so that's why I think that most of the clients we serve face-to-face every day, most of the programs we stand up to provide our safety net services, most of the ways we are visible in the community will not feel different on July 1st after these changes go forward. What may feel different are many of the things that already are impacting people's health. The way that federal systems that protect people's food, the way people are feeling unsafe to access care in some of the environment of fear that's being generated. Those are the things that are changing the health environment for our county as we speak, and that public health may be less equipped to counter. But as we laid out in our budget proposal, and it was matched with the recommended budget, we have worked incredibly hard and are asking a lot of our staff members to work very hard to make sure we continue to flex with the most urgent priorities of the community. What that means right now is we've continued to prioritize resourcing emergency response to public health emergencies, outbreak investigation, those activities that only the public health department can provide or are legally required by a public health department that not even our partner agencies or other county departments can provide. Should we find that we have over-sacrificed the health of the next generation so we can respond to the emergencies of today, we've also left ourselves, thanks to the generous increase in general fund, more able to flex to those alternate threats and say, what more do we need to do to protect the next generation's health and stay invested in prevention in addition to just the emergencies we've prioritized preparing for today?
Great, thank you. Yes, I very much appreciate the proposal to continue to support the public health department, and my interest was just to, for transparency's sake, to let the public know what's being done, but also what concerns that we have with these proposed cuts. Thank you.
And if I could just say one other word more broadly, even though we're doing some really proactive things here locally, as we learned during the COVID pandemic, a lot of public health response is integrated. And I'm very concerned about what's going to happen elsewhere in California and elsewhere around the country, where we already have public health departments that have a lot less investment than this one, and much more reliance, as much in some cases as over 90% reliance on federal funding, that will not have any general fund stepping forward to preserve core services, and that unfortunately leave even those of us who live here vulnerable, because we will not have those departments in a position to respond to help contain situations that happen elsewhere. And that's, of course, beyond our control, but I think has to be named too, because the decisions that are then being made nationally and in counties across the United States could easily end up as an outbreak of a communicable disease right here.
Okay, all right, after 6B, no, anybody else? Oh. It's good. Yes, please.
Okay. I have a sandwich already. Okay. James, administration, Dr. Redmond, no doubt. I know that we have the best public health department in the country. Just the heroic work of COVID-19 demonstrated that. And I know that these are really, the budgetary outlook is really due to fiscal implications and decisions beyond our control. And I think the conversation today is going to be about preserving what may be the most core. So I wanted to seek clarity on, this crosses over with the health system's budget item, but reducing ongoing expenditures, taking out the reimbursement, eliminating the reimbursement to public health for the public health nurse 3 position. And the reason why I'm asking about this is that this is rooted in the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. So I know that there's some restructuring that's going to happen to mitigate this impact. And I'd like an off-agenda report, unless you can speak about it today, in terms of what does this restructuring look like? How are our tenants and neighbors and our Measure A developments, our projects being able to receive care from our public health nurses if we're going to be eliminating this position?
Thank you. I think I would defer to my colleagues in Valley Homeless Healthcare Program about their plans to offset any risks to that. I think with respect to the Public Health Department, one thing that we are really pleased for the level of investment we have in support from OBA is that we do believe there's a place for our public health nurses to land so that the vast majority of our public health nursing workforce is preserved and the work that's done within the Public Health Department continues to be felt throughout the community. But with respect to Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, I'll defer to Mr. Williams or Mr. Lorenz.
Yeah, and we're happy, I'll just answer on Paul's behalf that we're happy to provide a brief off agenda with a little bit more detail on exactly how BHHP will ensure that impacts are minimized.
A lot of what my office does lately, because we've only been 5 months, is working with our neighbors and community members who have concerns over certain housing developments that we've put there, which I'm all for, right? And one of the mitigations that we often communicate to them is that our residents, our tenants, receive wraparound health care and that there are actual nurses and physicians going on site into the units to be able to treat our clients. So I want to be able to understand this restructuring and that to be able to confirm that folks will still receive their care. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I guess we move on. Oh, sorry, Vice President, do you have a question on 6B as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I know that there's already research that shows us how incredibly useful promotoras were to get information out, to engage folks, to bring them into the system. And what I wanted to ask is, how is that playing a part in terms of the future of public health? How are we continuing to integrate that into what we do? Where does it stand?
Thank you, Supervisor, Vice President Arenas. I'll start and see if my colleagues have anything to add. I absolutely agree with you that we've found, even prior to the pandemic, but especially during the height of COVID, that our collaboration with Promotores Networks has been one of the most valuable and powerful ways that we've reached community members through a voice they trust in a language they trust with people with deep knowledge of the community. So this continues to be a system we hope to grow and strengthen. And in the current environment, what I worry about is that we won't be able to continue to grow. We won't be able to seek new partnerships, new initiatives, and are fighting for the ability to sustain the remaining level of investment we have, especially the state money that allows us to work with promotor groups and especially be present in some of the communities that have been hardest hit by multiple, the pandemic and other poor health outcomes. Specifically in the current proposed budget, we are not faced with needing to pull back significantly in our partnerships in these areas, but I am very much worried about what future hits could mean for that work. And Rhonda, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, Supervisor. Sorry, didn't hit hard enough. Supervisor Arenas, thank you for bringing that up. It is an important topic to us. We are very committed to the work that promotores do. If you see, a lot of our plans include supporting promotores during the pandemic. A majority of our health disparities grant that we received for COVID response went to Promotores Network, who really stood with us in the most difficult times in testing and education and support for communities. There are a multitude of strategies that support Promotores' work, both within the Public Health Department and across the community, including work that's done, that Santa Clara Family Health Plan is doing to try to build CalAIM opportunities to bill for Promotores' work. And so I think that as those federal dollars that we had to directly support Promotores' work have dried up, it doesn't mean that our commitment to really supporting the continued evolution and development and coordination with Promotores' work has stopped. So that will continue to be a priority for us in everything we do. as we continue to plan out the action steps with the Latino Health Assessment, as the county continues to move forward with its work in violence prevention and other things that we're doing collaboratively in the community, really thinking about how we can work with our nonprofit partners and communities around coming together in collaboration around this promotores work.
I appreciate it. I'm hoping that maybe what we could do is have an off-agenda report reflecting the kind of work that you'll focus on in this upcoming year and how it connects back with the Latino Health Assessment. As you know better than me, Rhonda, that there is data in that LHA that said a lot of Latinos held off on medical care. And then we just heard in item 6A, the BCAP program is there, obviously, to support primary care and to avoid the emergency type of situation. And so I see the promotoras really making this program work. And more than ever, I think we need folks to encourage others to go and get the medical care that they need. You know, and I know that we probably just across the board here have heard our own different versions of either community members or organizations that work really closely with community, telling us how people are just not going to certain things. They're not going and dropping off their kids. They're finding other alternatives to do that. They're not going to church because it's, you know, obviously it's a focused area they could be expected to be found. And they're not going to the doctors. And we already knew that with the Latino Health Assessment. So I can't imagine how that's going to look like in the future. And, you know, obviously, I mean, we can just keep going in terms of what that would mean in the long term. And that means generations won't be able to stay in our community alive and well. And then, of course, they'll exhaust the system at the more serious end of it. But the most important thing is the health and well-being of those community members to bring them into the system. So anyways, I'd love to see what that off-agenda report looks like, what you would think we could actually achieve with the staffing that we have currently. And I think that is it for me. Thank you so much for the work that you do. I know that you work in so many different scenarios, you know, dependency court, you work at our schools. I mean, public health nurses are just amazing in what they do with our community. And I have a huge respect for that, because I know that for somebody, it's like when somebody doesn't go to the dentist, right? And they're just so afraid, or they just don't go to the medical doctor. All it just takes is that one friend to go with you, and then I'm done. You know, I'm going there, and nobody has to go with me. So thank you for being that bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one quick question here. There was a question, and it's been mentioned from SEMA, about trying to, instead of cutting the field public health communications officer, to try to preserve this critical communication policy capacity. Can you explain a little bit more of that policy or that idea?
Sure. I think one of the things, and I want to start by saying there were no easy decisions here, right? There were no good answers. There were less bad answers and solutions. And so one of the things we looked at was to try to evenly distribute where we were scaling back some of our resources across both frontline staff and managers and executive positions, so that there was roughly proportionate changes across all of these levels. What that meant is in certain places where we shrank teams, where we felt we could not continue to justify the full number of staff we have currently and needed to prioritize preserving some of these areas of most urgency. We also couldn't justify keeping the managers of those much smaller teams. And one key example was in the area of a small team that focuses on policy and assessing health policy so that we can advise and support conversations happening in Sacramento and elsewhere, as well as our communications group, which grew to about 8 or 9 people during the height of the pandemic, but one that which we just don't feel like we can sustain at this point. And so with significant reduction in these 2 smaller teams, we felt it did make sense to merge them under a single manager and select one of those managerial positions for deletion. Certainly not an easy decision, and one we wish we weren't being forced to make in the current federal environment. So we're open to follow up further with alternative solutions, but I think ultimately making sure that we have set ourselves up to sustain some of these highest priority areas of response continues to be difficult decisions facing us day after day.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, Dr. Redmond. Obviously, please let us know. I mean, even if we were to approve this, if that need arises, as we know that with this latest federal administration, all kinds of claims been made regarding various treatment, vaccines, and whatnot, which are at most dubious, if not just false. I think it's so important for us to make sure that we communicate accurately and responsibly to our community on the timely fashion. So I just want to make sure that we will still be able to do that important work. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I think that's done with 6B. And I'm looking at the time. I've got 5:31, so I'm going to ask my colleague to see if they would like to take a recess for dinner break, give up a majority, or if you want to just punch it through and the dinner is back there, you could grab it if you want. So just want to look at the consensus, what people want. You want to take a break or not?
My,
no? So go ahead, please.
My preference would be to take a short break,
Short
even
break.
20 minutes,
20
to
minutes.
not eat
Short
the
break,
sandwich
short
on
break,
camera.
short break. Okay, all right, if that's the case, it's 5:32. Well, let's say 6 o'clock, we come back. Is that okay? 6 o'clock, 6 p.m.? All right. I was going to take the recess. Thank you. Recess till 6 p.m. So I always ask for everybody's comments. I'm not going to just push it. That's all right. Just yes, every sister. Good evening. It's now 6 p.m. We convening our budget study session. We're going straight to item 6C, which is the emergency medical services. Go ahead and do we need to call roll again to reestablish our quorum, please? Go ahead, clerk.
Yes. Supervisor Abekoga. Present. Supervisor Jung is absent. Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Here.
President Lee.
Present as well.
You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right. I believe 6C was pulled by Supervisor Abekoga, yes? Please.
Thank you, President Lee, and welcome back, everyone. We've heard from a number of folks, even during public comment, and I did receive quite a bit of feedback from the community regarding the fee increase for EMS. And number one, I just had a question. The fee study was referenced, and I don't believe that I received a copy, but wondering if that is available and available to the public. I understand the need and but I think there's a number of things as we get into some of these items. My concern has been just the level of transparency and engagement with the community in the changes that we're making. So the fee being 100%, oftentimes we try to phase these things in, and I understand that the increases haven't happened over many years, and frankly, that's a problem. I think we should just be doing this regularly, so it's not such a jump. But I would like to request that staff convene with the hospital folks who spoke today and others to go through the fee study report together, just so and for transparency's sake.
Yes, James, go ahead.
So a few comments regarding the EMS hospital fee. So Supervisor, you're right that it has not been updated in a number of years, which functionally means the general fund has been subsidizing these regulatory costs. I have gotten a copy of the letter from the hospital council. Did not come directly to me, and I would very much welcome the hospitals and the hospital council reaching out to me and meeting with me. We are, of course, 4/10 of the hospitals in this county. And as you can hear directly from Paul Lorenz, SCVH, which is the largest proposed payer of the regulatory fee, doesn't have concerns, and I'm disappointed that the hospital council, of which we are a member, didn't appropriately reflect that in its communications. The fee, of course, as a regulatory fee subject to constitutional requirements, has to be adopted pursuant to a study. That study has not been completed. The action is a budgetary action to recognize anticipated revenue, but the fee itself has to be separately approved by the Board of Supervisors. It's a cost recovery fee, so in response to some of the questions in the letter, cannot exceed the anticipated costs of the service provided, meaning in this case, the costs of staff time involved with the regulation. We do and have been increasing cost recovery fees as part of a comprehensive strategy to help ensure that we free up general fund revenues. In most cases where fees have not been increased for a number of years, we have been bringing forward to the board recommendations to phase those increases in over a period of time. One prominent example would be our planning department fees, which last year in the budget, the board approved a first-year increase, and then this year will be asked to approve a second round of increases to bring us closer to cost recovery, and separate planning department fees that will be coming before the board that, again, will have a multi-year implementation time horizon. In the context of this particular regulatory fee, we have not recommended phasing it in because when we've considered the actual aggregate dollar amount of the fee increase relative to the entities who face the cost in the context of how they're situated, We do not believe it is a burden to those entities, even though it's a significant percentage increase in the fee. The nominal dollar amounts involved are quite modest. So I think it would make sense to meet with the hospital council, have them maybe explain why they believe this imposes a fiscal burden. We're not aware of any data regarding our other hospitals' finances that would suggest it should be, but of course, we'd be very open to seeing something that indicates otherwise. But in the context of everything else, that is why we're recommending that we actually do move to full cost recovery on this fee. It's something that's overdue and should have been done, in my view, many years ago.
Yes, so I know, I'm not really contesting the amount, and I understand that 40% of that is our own hospital system that will be contributing. It's really more about the process and just being transparent. I've had questions about, well, what are the elements of cost recovery? So it's really about just going through all of the information. So again, I think it's important for us to share and educate the community as much as possible. We had a budget workshop online. Not a whole lot of people showed up, but I still think it's important to do that and be as transparent as possible, so that folks are feel like they're informed and have had the opportunity to provide input, so that there's a collaborative effort in all this. So I appreciate it if you would meet with or offer to meet with the hospital council members and go through the details. Thank you.
We'd be happy to do so.
Okay. Check my colleague. Yes, Supervisor Ellenberg?
Sorry, I kept changing my mind. Thank you, Supervisor Alvacoga. And I agree that what I heard was that the concern was not about the amount, but process. So I would want to make clear that a meeting that you would have, James, for anyone that chooses to show up, is not to discuss or negotiate the fees, but to explain how we got there. If they haven't seen the study, share the study if that is appropriate. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as a negotiating conversation.
For sure, Supervisor, it would not be appropriate to negotiate a regulatory fee with the regulated entity, but we'd be happy to explain the process. And of course, when the fee is actually adopted, this study is brought forward along with all of the relevant information. I think that's the kind of threshold misunderstanding on the part of the hospital council. The budget adoption, of course, is important because it's anticipating the revenue, but it is not itself the adoption of the fee, which has to be done as a separate process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for
All right.
clarifying.
I think that's all we have for 6C. Without further, I'll go to 6D now, which is the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare, including custody health services. I believe, let's see, this was pulled by Vice President Arenas.
Yes, thank you. I just have some questions about the increase of positions and for custody health, and I just wanted to know, where are those going? To the main jail, Elmwood, both? And what are they going to cover that they're not covering now?
Nope, try again.
Thank you, Vice President Arenas. Rocio Luna, the director, will speak to this item.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. Thank you for the question. Those positions will be pretty much evenly distributed between Elmwood and Main Jail, with a larger proportion going to Elmwood since we have a very expansive need there. And I think these positions will fill an incredible gap that we have currently. Right now, we have about 35 clinicians that cover both sites.
I should go back a little bit. Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Perfect, thank you.
So pretty much even split, but a few more going to Elmwood.
You said almost even split, except for just a little bit more going to Elmwood.
Yeah, we have, see, let me look at them real quick.
No, that's okay. I think the overall idea, I don't need to know like exactly specific, but I just found this a great change in the right direction for the folks who are there. Are they going to the custody? I mean, these 35 FTs, wherever they go, be able to assess the inmates in a way that can help differentiate who has behavioral health issues and who does not, and maybe that also helps contribute in determining where they are housed?
These clinicians work lockstep with our deputies to determine. They can make a recommendation for where folks actually go, but these folks are critical because they do behavioral health assessments that really help sometimes determine placement, sometimes determine who actually gets on a suicide watch, somebody who's higher needs, and who they have influence in who goes to our acute psychiatric unit and provide some support there, and also who is now also assigned to a step down, which is our SMUs. So these are critical staff that really work as part of a multidisciplinary team. So they do assessments, they can pick up referrals. They're also on our respond to crisis situations, and also work with our deputies to support decisions around use of force.
Okay, got it. And I saw that there was a transition from psychiatric services to behavioral health, and those totaled 5 FTEs for 2.6 million for high acuity patients. Does this mean that they will no longer be at at Elmwood or the main jail, or is this just a transition to another department?
Supervisor Arenas, that is another department. You're speaking of the initiative in primary care behavioral health, where we are moving psychiatrists to behavioral health for seriously mentally ill patients. So in primary care, we're focused on mild to moderate intervention and treatment services. And what we're doing is moving the higher level psychiatrist into behavioral health to support the seriously mentally ill patients on an outpatient basis.
On an outpatient basis, so not while they're incarcerated?
No, this is outpatient.
That proposal is not related to custody health.
Oh, that is not, okay, I'm sorry, then I got my...
So that particular proposal is related to primary care and shifting
Now
from
I
the
can hear
clinics.
you say that, you said it twice, primary care, and I still was thinking custody. No.
But Supervisor, if I could just take a moment to say something about custody health. So for
Please.
the second year in a row, our most significant staffing augmentation is in custody health. That's, of course, a reflection of our continued efforts under the leadership of Dr. Luna, our continued efforts to prioritize consent decree-related activities and, of course, care for that particularly vulnerable population. And I'm excited in particular about these additions because they really build on some really important nascent successes to make some real concrete and significant improvements, including in coverage. And one piece of this is expanded coverage in the 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, which will really expand access for inmates. So I just wanted to note that as a big piece of this. The other piece, fiscally, I wanted to note is, last year we integrated custody health into SCVH. And you'll see in this proposal that these costs are funded by a reduction. So custody health, I should just take a step back. Custody health care is a service that counties are obligated to provide in all 58 counties. It's a general fund obligation. We've chosen to provide that service through our staff and now as an integrated part of our health system. And we've gone a step further than that, which is we're making the health system fund that cost. It's a very significant general fund cost, And so, for example, this proposal alone is nearly a $10 million ongoing cost that's being funded by the health system without an increase in general fund contribution. So I want to call that out too, because I know there was some conversation earlier about the overall fiscal picture associated with the health system. And we have to acknowledge that as part of the health system's budget, we are making them carry a very substantial, otherwise standalone general fund cost that would be a general fund cost in every other county.
I hear you. No, and I think this makes sense. I was really excited about this transition last year. I'm really pleased to see this increase in FTEs, and I'm going to assume that they're not all counselors. Those 35, they're not all counselors. Okay, because I was going to say, I know that there's an expanded coverage for the nighttime, the new positions, but I thought, well, I don't know who's doing counseling during late, maybe if you can't sleep, right? But there, it's a myriad of different positions.
Yeah, it's to cover a variety of different shifts, but as noted by James, we'll cover some of the gaps that we have during those hours. We also have some supervisors in there. We have, as any team would have, ongoing need for training and refinement of their skill sets. It is part of our remedial plan to continuously have a training program, and so these supervisors that you see there are critical to that effort.
Wonderful. Well, listen, I want to congratulate you for bringing this resource in. I want to make sure that while folks are incarcerated in the overrepresentation of brown and black community members in that system, that they get the most out of our services while they are there. And so this ongoing behavioral health support is fabulous. I also think the pharmacy, I know you're going to increase pharmacy budget, and I think that's also equally important. And hopefully this is part of reducing that recidivism for our community who just happens to have not made the best decision and is now incarcerated. So anyways, I want to just commend you, Dr. Luna, for taking this on and for making sure that our system is being responsive to those that are there. So thank you.
Okay, for 6D, I don't see any more lights, and I actually do have a few questions myself. So first, on the issue for the VHC Sunnyvale, the clinic in Sunnyvale, I was made aware that the clinic actually provided an offer letter and a start date to an incoming administrative assistant. It would be real sad to have that offered someone with a start date and then pull it back at the last minute due to the budget implication. Is that one of the positions being cut under the quote-unquote various programs, right-sizing position, or is that position actually safe? Do you know that off the top?
Supervisor Lee, that's something I would have to look into and get back to you.
Yeah. That'd be great if you just let us know. I appreciate it. For the optimizing contract expenditures, I want to also be on the record saying that certainly we're not happy to see that the mobile dental service will be reduced by 50% to reinvest in other priorities. But given the tough budget, I understand the recommendations, and I certainly appreciate the SCVH still maintaining this great service for our veterans community that desperately needs dental care and efforts to help veterans find a more permanent source of funding for dental services. So to address the sustainability concern, I'd like to request that we agendize a joint discussion with SCVH and the VSO at the August HHC meeting on this mobile dental service for veterans to get a full review of the program data thus far and see if Medicare reimbursement, other revenues for longer-term sustainability, since this has been an important service for our veterans community, could be had, if that's doable.
That would be fine, Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you. Now, among the 14 FTEs that will be offered a position that formerly held classification or the opportunity to transfer to other positions for which they qualify, there are 3 SCVH executive level positions suggested, namely the Chief Fiscal Officer, the Medical Executive, and the Director of Advanced Practice. Can SCVH provide some context of why these 3 leadership positions are being recommended for the deletion?
Thank you, President Lee. So in our review of all of our programs, one of the areas that we're really focused on is our organizational structure. In the area of medical leadership, in working with our CMO, there are opportunities to align certain responsibilities with others within the organization so that the duties can be carried out in a manner that we feel is much more effective and a better use of their skill set. So we are doing that to preserve direct service positions as opposed to administrative positions.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. All right. And other than that, I think I am done with 6D as well. Thank you very much. And moving to 6E, which is the Behavioral Health Services Department. I believe Supervisor Abikoga, you're the first one who pulled this item. Yes.
Thank you, President Lee. I had a couple of areas that I wanted to bring up. First is the PERT program. We've heard from folks during public comment and previous meetings. I personally have heard from many members of my community in the West Valley area, as well as North County. I think I shared that one of my cities has offered to provide funding to continue the program. They find it is valuable. And so I wanted to ask that, also, as I've been learning more about alternative response and learning about the 3 programs that we have, I think I'd like for us to spend a little bit more time to figure out what the best approaches are to providing alternative emergency response. I do see the value of PERT, and I've spoken with a number of police departments in my district about it, and they, as well as city council members, they highly value this program, and I think it is to be able to have both a psychiatrist and a police officer together offers that more alternatives or options on how to respond to these calls, which are oftentimes emergencies. And I've had experience on my own, and when you're the person who has to make the call and you're in that situation, there's so much going on to expect the person to try to figure out, who to 911 or 998 may not be the most reasonable expectation. And so I guess for me, having PERT to have both options, come to respond to the call, and then based on the situation, and the situation can change, it can escalate, it can de-escalate, a lot can happen in that short amount of time. I think the PERT program is very valuable for those reasons. I know that staff mentioned, one of the challenges is hiring. I think we heard from our PERT staff today, and they all seemed very committed and dedicated to the program. And so in light of it perhaps being so challenging, I would like to preserve what we have. And so, and then the other point that was brought up was, I guess, one of my cities in my district was encouraged to perhaps hire their own psychiatrists through their police department. But I was told the challenge with that is that they wouldn't have access to medical records. Like, you have to be a county employee, and so that, it makes it, they don't have as much information accessible to them. So I don't know if that's something that could be worked out, but I would like to ask that we spend a little bit more time on this, have more discussion and like a transition time, frankly, to figure out what the best way to provide alternative response is, and then also, plan accordingly with our police departments, our partners in community-based organizations, all of our partners, so that we can do this in a way where folks can have some time to figure out next steps. I don't know if anyone wants to respond to that, but that would be my request.
So I think I can look to the department to provide more information on kind of what's being discussed. But here's how I kind of think about the different components. So we have multiple emergency response teams, as you alluded to, Supervisor, different models. The challenge that we have with the PERT model, among others, is not just related to utilization, but also the fiscal situation with reimbursability. The MCRT model is one that we would be able to extend countywide on a 24/7 basis. But then the challenge is, how do you ensure appropriate and deep integration with law enforcement, which is the major item that has been expressed as the advantage of the PERT model, which is that side-by-side integration. And so I think the real question there is, how do we have law enforcement and the MCRT model integrate and engage with each other in those infrequent, but they exist, situations where you need a co-response that includes law enforcement and the emergency response team. And so I know that there's been some steps already taken to deepen that integration, including the use of law enforcement liaisons associated with the MCRT. But we've also asked the Behavioral Health Department to look further at what other steps can be taken to try to ensure that there is appropriate integration in terms of protocols and understanding between the MCRT units and law enforcement agencies to help address some of those concerns that have been raised, while ensuring that we have a model that is both fiscally sustainable and can be extended on a countywide basis. I don't know if the department wants to add anything to what I just shared about that, but that's kind of the essence of the proposal. I do think it would make sense to ensure that there's a little more time for that integration to occur. And so that's something that we're looking into specifically, because I do think it's important that it be something that is thoughtful, smooth, and that involves appropriate time to integrate some of the conversations with law enforcement.
Thank you, James, Supervisor Keeley, Deputy County Executive. Maybe I'll just add a few pieces for the board's information. One of the key components or advantages of transitioning from PERT to MCRT is really to quickly enable our MCRT program to provide 24/7 coverage countywide. Right now, as you may have read in the report, sort of nights and weekends are really handled on on-call status, and providing that 24/7 coverage is really critical. And while we are responding to this real need for alternative responses, alternative response models, the department has developed a strong partnership and operational relationship with law enforcement agencies through its MCRT program. For example, about 37% of the calls that come to MCRT are resolved telephonically, and about half of those calls are really consultations with law enforcement officers telephonically. About 63% of the calls that come to MCRT require a field response. Fortunately, only 8% of the time MCRT staff are requesting law enforcement response. So they're going out there, providing the alternative response, they assess the situation, request law enforcement partnership. Interestingly though, about half of the responses for which MCRT deploys are the result of law enforcement agencies requesting that response. And so in some ways, we see the transition to MCRT, the bolstering of MCRT is to provide kind of a broader response. And then I'll just make the last comment about our willingness and desire to really help evolve and improve the system by working with law enforcement agencies, primarily by establishing the protocols to transfer between 988 and 911. Working with law enforcement agencies and our emergency dispatch centers to determine how to effectively use communication tools like the public safety radios, and then using our law enforcement agency liaisons and officers in other ways. Thank you.
So I appreciate, Mr. Williams, your willingness to look at a transitional time. So I would ask how that would work, if you could provide information on how that transition could work. If I have another item.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Sure.
So the next item is regarding the differentials that many of our CBOs have mentioned. And again, our CBOs are extremely important partners. I believe that they provide 90% of the county's behavioral health services. And as we've heard from many of them, that eliminating the differentials will destabilize our system of care. So my concern is, do we have a plan in place to prevent that from happening?
We do, and I'm going to ask Key to walk through a couple important items that we took into consideration.
Thank you, Supervisor, for that question. Given all of the public comment on May 6th and today, we thought we'd prepare some information for your consideration. First, I wanted to provide a little bit of context to make sure that we are all on the same page about what we call rates. First is annually, the Behavioral Health Department works with its contractors to establish hourly rates. These rates vary by what we call provider types, psychiatrists, licensed clinical social workers, etc. The rates, of course, have a dollar amount, but then sometimes they are also expressed as a percentage of the state rates. So 70% pass-through, 75% pass-through, etc. So the dollar amount and a percentage of the pass-through. Second is when the rates are established, the contractors provide a service, bill us for the rate that we've established. We pay them what they've billed for. And Medi-Cal, which is the primary funding source for these Medi-Cal billable services, only pays a portion of what we pay out. And so it's important to establish a rate that is sufficient to maintain the system and expand the system and grow the system while preserving, while making sure that it's not overly sufficient so that we can have enough realignment, MHSA, that we use as match for these services. And then finally, this process of setting rates has been going on for some time. It changed in July of 2023 when the state really transitioned us from a cost-based reimbursement or a cost reconciliation process to a fee-for-service model. And the fee-for-service model is important, and it has some of its drawbacks, but one of the key features of the fee-for-service model is that it has a built-in incentive and ability for community-based organizations and the county to really, if they can minimize or reduce operating costs and increase productivity, increase the number of individuals seen, the number of hours of services provided per staff person. It allows agencies to really generate a margin, a profit that can be reinvested in staff, clients, and programs. And the county has been working with the providers over the last couple of fiscal years to make this fee-for-service transition. We've done all sorts of different things. Provided training, collected data, etc. We believe that the fiscal 26 proposed rates, the rates that behavioral health has proposed, are sufficient. First, our assessment is that our proposed rates are the highest among all Bay Area counties and likely the entire state, mainly because, one, we have, in terms of just dollar amount, the rates that the state gives us is really high, 5th highest. And then two, we pass through a significant portion of that rate to the contracted providers. And you'll see on your slide here that our overall blended pass-through rate of 73% is the highest of all Bay Area counties. And by a blended rate, we just mean that we take into account all of the provider types in our system and have a more sophisticated sort of pass-through rate than other counties. The fiscal 26 rates will also have a pass-through the state COLA, which is 3.09%. The providers have also mentioned that one of their primary concerns is the differentials. And what they're referring to is that for intensive programs, we had provided a 10% differential. So on top of the rate that we're providing, clients, programs that are providing that intensive services get a 10% premium. We think that over the last several fiscal years that the rates are sufficient to cover those programs. And why we think that is when we looked at the other counties with differentials and we looked at the actual hourly rate, our base rate before differentials exceeds all other Bay Area counties. And not all counties have differentials and for intensive programs. And the intensive programs still exist in those other counties.
Well, I appreciate that conversation, this explanation. I think the challenge is that, and I know we're in this situation too, but to abruptly take away 10%, I think you mentioned, it's a lot for an organization, especially CBOs, to take suddenly. I think we were made aware of this issue at the last board meeting when we had members of the public come and speak, and I don't know if my colleagues knew about this. I didn't. Maybe it came up at our last HHEC meeting, but it's again a process issue, and just to be able to continue to communicate and have that ongoing conversation, so folks are better prepared to what to expect. Is really the concern that I have. And so, again, on this issue too, I would like to ask if there's a way to transition rather than to make it an abrupt stop this year. So
Supervisor,
I know it's financially, it costs money, but frankly, it's just really, to me, again, a process issue in how we do business here, and just being, frankly, more communicative and, collaborative with our partners ahead of time so they know, they're aware of what's coming up. And perhaps that's happening, but it's not being described that way to me. So that's why I just felt it was important to bring it up.
James,
So Supervisor, I think it might be helpful to provide some broader context because it's not a new conversation. We did have a conversation last year and the prior year, and the transition to the fee-for-service model we recognized was going to be challenging for our contractors. Fortunately, they've done a really outstanding job, and so we have phased in the implementation of fee-for-service over the last several years. So for example, in FY 2024, which was the first year of fee-for-service operations, there were major concerns expressed to the board that contractors would not be able to continue their services because of the shift away from cost recovery. So we offered for that fiscal year that any entity that did not cover its operating costs, that they could come forward and we would backstop that. Only one provider, despite the concerns, and I'm not saying the concerns weren't valid, but only one provider came forward saying it was unable to fully cover its operating costs. The proposal for FY26 isn't a 10% reduction. We are passing on the COLAs from the state and an additional 15% increase for the most common types of positions that the contractors use. So I don't think it's from a dollar perspective not accurate to characterize it as a 10% reduction. It is moving away from layering the differentials on top. That is certainly true. But as Key mentioned, there's many counties in the state that don't have that rate structure at all and obviously still have those intensive services. I think that the need for, of course, continued engagement and conversations is always ongoing. There are also always unique situations with certain providers. But it's also important that we try to calibrate this in a way that is overall fiscally sustainable. And so we've tried to actually, with each year, make appropriate adjustments in all directions. And so passing through, for example, the full COLA is a reflection of that. Adjusting the hourly rates for certain positions was a reflection of that. And on the differential piece, obviously we all know that we need to have appropriate intensive services available. And if we see that that is an actual challenge as opposed to a theoretical one, notwithstanding the fact that we are paying the highest dollar amounts for the services in the Bay Area, of course we would make appropriate adjustments as well. But I did think it's important to situate that it's been a 3-year conversation. It's not a brand new conversation that's just occurring. There has been engagement with the providers on the part of the department. We do have some less data than we used to. I think as the providers noted at the last board meeting, we're no longer allowed to mandate the provision of cost data. That used to be the model. So we don't have some of the same visibility. Of course, that could be shared with us, but we don't have some of that same visibility because we're not able to mandate some of that data. But based on all the available data that we do have, we do believe that we're passing sufficient rates forward to cover the full costs of those intensive services.
Well, I'll just leave it at that, and I'll look forward to hearing if any of my colleagues have comments on this item too. Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Supervisor Abe-Koga, for drawing attention to the issue of rate differentials, and to Key and James for providing such a thorough and detailed explanation. I appreciate what you provided verbally. I think it would be really helpful and for transparency purposes, if you could also provide this information on the 3-year process, how we have gotten to this point, what we are doing relative to other counties, and the safeguards that we have put and I trust are keeping in place to make sure that all of our CBOs can continue to operate in a way that allows them to continue to provide the services that are so vital for our partnership. And it's an interesting piece just as our board evolves and new folks come on. I've experienced this so much myself during the first 6 years. I came into something that felt brand new to learn that, of course, it had been in discussion for a while. But I think it is good for all of us always to continue to ask for clarity, for transparency, to insist that we work closely with our CBO partners that are providing the essential services, and to make sure that they can continue to operate. So thank you for raising that. And the request was clear there for an off-agenda memo describing the transition and the safety nets that are in place for our safety net providers. If I can go on to another
Sure, please, go ahead.
item here, thank you. I want to draw attention to information that's presented on page 41 of the recommended budget. It's in the PDF on page 53. I think there's an inconsistency that I either want to understand or just have clarified. The narrative regarding MHSA revenue projections states that for fiscal 25-26, administration predicts that MHSA revenue will amount to $125.6 million, marking an increase of $5.6 million or 4.4% compared to the estimated MHSA revenue for fiscal 24-25. If you look at the bar graph in chart 13, that shows that projected revenue in fiscal 25-26 is lower than for the previous year. Am I misreading?
No, I see what
something?
you're saying. We'll have to just double check and get back to you if there was a error or if there was some other reason for that. But I see exactly what you're saying as I'm looking at the page.
Okay, great. So maybe the best way to handle that as well would be a budget memo that offers a more detailed analysis of the MHSA revenue projections. And specifically, I'm interested in the figures that the state has provided to the county for the last several years. Let me just leave it. I'm going to take back that last piece. Our providers are noting that state revenue projections show an increase where OBA is showing a decrease. And I certainly recognize that the state projections don't always translate into actual dollars received in a given year. But I just, again, want to make sure that we're all looking at and talking about and understanding the same numbers in the same way.
I want to make sure we're precise in the response, so we'll provide it off agenda. But I believe the reason is that there was a delay there was some one-time MHSA payments that were attributable primarily to the delay in income tax payments that were made during the pandemic. And so you'll see that the FY 22-23 year is abnormally low.
Mm-hmm.
And so there were some amounts that were received in the following 2 years that are actually attributable to the tax levied in FY 22-23. So I believe that's the answer, but we will confirm that and provide that in writing to the board, but I'm pretty sure that's the answer.
Great, thank you so much. And I need to circle back to the rate differentials one more time. At the meeting last week, when I signaled that I was going to ask for this memo today, I also requested that the BHCA folks meet with you and Sherry Key, or maybe with James as well. And I'm understanding that meeting didn't happen.
Supervisor, are you speaking on May 6th?
Yes, at the May 6th board meeting. They were still requesting a meeting. I thought that it had happened between then and now.
I don't think that happened, and we are happy to meet with them to describe our assessment and analysis of the rates.
I appreciate that, and I know now we're getting late in the process. I want it to be a little bit more than a description on our part, but to hear where there are concerns and maybe a list of what we need to keep an eye on as the budget moves forward. They're anticipating, of course, concerns and shortfalls. How do we measure? How do we determine whether some of the concerns bear out? I know there were a lot of concerns in previous years when we switched to this fee-for-service that a number of which ended up working to the advantage, happily, of our CBOs. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I do want you to have the conversation. I want it to be a real two-way conversation so that we've heard their concerns in public comment at a number of meetings, but I want to make sure that they are addressed in a meaningful way and being heard and understood I fully understand, does not mean necessarily reaching agreement, but understanding what the concerns are, what the risks and potential exposure is, and then figuring out how we monitor for that and amend and adjust going forward if it does turn out that that their concerns are bearing fruit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's been a part of our process in the past, and we'll continue that and lay that out in the off agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Vice President Arenas.
Thank you. I'm going to take us down the PERT path one more time. Only because I think the conversations are just a little more fluid of the item and not the issue. So I understand that how important the PERT program is to folks, and I think you've seen the letters that have come in. There's some folks who have said they themselves were hurt in the process because they didn't have a law enforcement agency officer with them, and then some that said they were okay with how the program functions with the MCRT. And I know that there is no perfect solution, right? The solution is to the problem that we have in our community is a crisis and crisis interventions that need the kind of professional support that behavioral health offers. Now, who goes with the behavioral health person is, I think, equally as important because when you have some behavioral health issues, you're not as stable, maybe not thinking things so clearly, and may make some wrong decisions, right? And so there's a part of me that I think is accepting that PERT isn't Medi-Cal reimbursable, and so it's not a sustainable program. But the reality is that we need a combination of both. One, the trust line, the MCRT team for lower level crises, and then the PERT program that offers the law enforcement support with the counselor or the therapist. How can we have it all, is what I'm wondering, because I feel like we can. I feel like, MCRT is right there, just almost there, and all we need to do is figure out logistically how do we coordinate with a law enforcement agency, the local one, so that it's a rapid response. I think you've seen some of the numbers. I think the 13 minutes versus the 30 minutes. I don't know whether that's standard or not, but I could see the co-location of a MCRT program, but without getting into the patrol car, maybe having a separate county car or something. They drive to the scene right after, right? They follow them, and so. I know you're laughing, but I think this is workable. I just think, I don't want folks to get hurt on the job, and I certainly don't want folks who are in crises to have interactions with our law enforcement agency without somebody who can recognize what a crisis looks like and can de-escalate it in an appropriate way. And we just don't need folks in our, we don't need them in our jails, right? So if we can keep them from coming in, I think PERT is kind of the answer to that. So how can we have it all, James?
Well, thank you, Supervisor. No, I think actually you're spot on, which is, the reality is the current PERT model, because of how the state has chosen to regulate the Medi-Cal reimbursement, isn't in the long run fiscally sustainable. And even though it's the case that a majority of the calls for emergency psychiatric response don't require law enforcement, there are calls that do. Mm-hmm. And there are calls that law enforcement needs that emergency psychiatric assistance. And so the question, I think, for us is how do we modify the MCRT program to have better integration? And so there's several ideas that have come forward. We do currently have law enforcement liaisons, but there's some other logistical elements, and this is partly why I indicated in response to Supervisor Abakoga's question that I do think it makes sense to look at an appropriate timeline for implementation, because while I do believe we do have to move forward with the model shift to ensure sustainability, countywide access, 24/7 access, we do have to address that integration piece. So some other things, for example, that are in the mix are, can we ensure that the MCRT units also have access and are on the same safety radio frequencies so that they can also be part of the conversation that's happening through dispatch, for instance. These are some things that already with the 911 centers, there have been conversations around how do you integrate in the 988 call center piece and the protocols around transfer. These will require a little time to kind of sort through some of the elements, but the existence of all of these different modalities, I think, was an earnest effort to try to get resources to a very real community need and problem. And now, as things are kind of shaking out in the iterations of things with trust, with MCRT, with PERT, et cetera, we have to kind of assess, well, what going forward is something that we believe we can sustain as a service level, ensure equitable access as a service level across the entire county community, and meet the needs that law enforcement has. And it's, look, I'm under no illusion that from a law enforcement perspective, your first preference would always be to have somebody in the squad car with you. That makes sense to me. But in thinking through how we can actually build out a model that is sustainable on a countywide basis, we are going to have to invite creativity on both sides, both on the behavioral health side, but also on the law enforcement side, including whether that means inviting law enforcement to come and integrate more into the MCRT approach rather than the current approach where we have a clinician embedded with law enforcement and PERT. So, it's not, I think we can't have our cake and eat it too with perfection, for sure. And there's no doubt that, there's, from a law enforcement perspective, some specific advantages to the current construct. But I do think we can have the right protocols, equipment, integration, and accessibility that helps mitigate a lot of that and helps us put ourselves on a footing where we can actually have countywide response, which is something that's really needed. So that's the goal here. We are going to be having some additional conversation, as I indicated, around transition time period so that we can make sure that there's smooth implementation of those changes.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the transition, but more importantly, I look forward to the integration that you're talking about with the MCRT folks. And when I was over with the city of San Jose, we used to have a YWCA advocate at the headquarters with the San Jose PD, and they would just work out of there. And then when the time came and there's folks who needed that support, they were there, right? So I think that there is an opportunity for us to try to be creative, either have a therapist train dispatchers or be with the dispatchers so that they can learn how to differentiate, how to send the right call to the right person, or any of the other models that you just offered. But what is important is that we still have this coordination, because for South County, we have, we're greatly underserved, and then also represent a large portion of the folks who go into our jails and that have gun violence, that just all of the health indicators that would create something difficult and stressful for somebody, and to maybe have a crisis. And so I'm really looking for that integration. So if we have to be creative, however we can work around it, I don't want to lose this idea. And I certainly don't want to see more folks in our jails that have high acuity needs that shouldn't have been there to begin with, right? If there was a different kind of interaction with folks. So anyway, that's, I do like cake and I do like to eat it. So I think, you just have to bake it. And then we'll be good. All right.
We'll be creative. I think this is going to be a good challenge for both our law enforcement partners and the department to sort through, because we do need to get all of those elements right, and that includes something that we've heard loud and clear from our law enforcement partners, which is, to the extent reasonable, they want to actually divert these calls from their system altogether. We've heard that, I've heard that directly from our law enforcement leaders too. And so it's having that piece on the top end and then having the right pieces on the bottom end when you actually do need that joint response and you do need that law enforcement presence, or when law enforcement's already there and they need to call in that emergency resource to assist them with that process too. And as you heard, obviously, there's the phone consult piece, but having that field response present as well. So I actually think this is an example of one of those proposals that is difficult, but that I think can ultimately, at the end of the process, result in something that actually is a sustainable model that can actually ultimately be a win-win.
Yes, sustainable is important, and but I want us to be careful about making those decisions just based on fiscally. Can we keep this program up? Because if it's the right response, then it's the right response, right? And I know we're both saying the same thing. So I'll go ahead and move on, and I'll look forward to that follow-up. The second thing that I wanted to talk about is the differential response, or rate, excuse me. That's for DFCS. The differentials for our behavioral health partners. And I know that I brought this up last year when we heard about the transition, and you were all very wonderful to our service providers in having a longer period of time. And there were some other attributes to that support other than just time. So I want to thank you for working with our service providers. I know that they, just like many organizations, are just having a very difficult time, I think, transitioning with the work that they do that might be non-traditional, that is just effective, right? The home visits or the knock on the door to actually get folks into care or to actually provide the care off-site is really important to that community. And so I look forward to seeing the report, but more importantly, I think I thought there was something that was offered to our service providers that if they were able to show that they were taking a loss in this new format, that they could show us and we could help kind of remedy that. Has that been offered, and what happened with that?
Yes, so we did offer that in FY24. That was when the first year when we did the transition to fee-for-service from the prior cost recovery model. And We offered every agency that if they believed that their costs were not covered, that they could request that difference be made up. Only one agency sought additional cost recovery. So that was in the first year.
And they needed to have a whole year worth of.
Well, we also
like-
separately offered cash advances to entities that would be reconciled on the back end. So we've offered those supports as well, and in addition to the ultimate, cost recovery that was offered. One of the things that I think we can engage in additional conversation with providers about is, to the extent that their fear is that they won't achieve cost recovery, that we could again offer those kinds of supports, and that's something we can look into. We don't anymore have full cost data the way we used to. So they used to submit robust cost data to us because the model was cost reimbursement. And in the shift to fee-for-service, the state actually wants counties to move away from cost reimbursement, because what the state is trying to do with the fee-for-service reforms is incentivize increased productivity, which is another way of saying basically seeing more clients. But by incentivizing increased productivity through fee-for-service model. And so the state no longer allows counties to demand the sharing of that cost data, because they're actually trying to push for the more pure fee-for-service implementation. So
we're in a conundrum there.
Well, we can't demand it, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be voluntarily provided if a provider believes that they are in the hole for whatever reason. The data that we do have, that we have been able to see and analyze, doesn't suggest to us that that is an issue. But that's the kind of conversation we continue to have with the providers. Because look, there's no interest on the part of the department or the county in losing access to these services. It's a question of ensuring, as Key mentioned early on, the appropriate rate that also recognizes the county's 100% on the hook for unsponsored individuals. What that basically means is people who are not on Medi-Cal. And that percentage has been slightly increasing recently. That percentage, of course, could increase quite a bit depending on what Medi-Cal changes come our way. But that's 100% county cost. And the county has to contribute match to draw down the state and federal resources too. So, so there's a number of aspects to it. But of course, we want to make sure that providers are in a position to not just recover their costs. The whole point of the fee-for-service reform is actually to create an incentive whereby providers can actually generate additional revenue, and that's what we believe is happening, generate additional revenue that they can then reinvest in those systems to then expand the services even further. So that's the purpose behind those fee-for-service reforms. So I think we're trying to, it's been a 3-year period of implementation with supports in conversation with the providers. And we're also looking at how things are rolling across the rest of the Bay Area and across the state. And we obviously need to continue to have those ongoing conversations with each year, with each iteration on an ongoing basis. And we'll provide more information in the off agenda. But given where our actual dollar rates stand and the pass-through blended percentage rates and the information that we have from the prior 2 fiscal year processes, we don't see indications that there would actually be an inability to deliver these important services.
Okay. Well, if you could include those options in the off-agenda report that Supervisor Ellenberg requested, if it's still on the table, it sounds like you said they may still be on the table, either to have to show us whether they are, if they're having taken a loss for providing the service, right? Or if they're having cash flow issues,
Yeah, and
to
the
have
cash
that.
flow issues are, there's a whole separate set of supports that we've made available, where we advance cash for entities related to that, and
But
that's.
nobody took advantage of that.
No,
it
people
sounds-
did take advantage
Oh,
of
they
it.
did.
Many people took advantage of
Okay.
that program, and then by the end of the year, those advances were reimbursed through the claims. But those are two kind of different
Right,
sets
two
of
separate.
supports. But that is a support that we have provided and do provide.
I just mentioned them because you said those two might still be on the table. I realize they're two separate things, but anything that can help transition our service providers would be wonderful. I know this is difficult for them. It is also difficult on the system as we're taking lots and lots of losses, and so I know people are trying to be strength-based and express what they need. So thank you for the work that you're doing. Thank you for being so patient with all of us on this. And for most importantly, for keeping our community healthy. And hopefully we'll continue to do this with our service providers. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for answering a lot of these very difficult questions and trying to navigate a very difficult period. So I want to thank staff for the report first and the budget being proposed. And also, my colleagues have mentioned many of the same comments I was going to make relating to the PERT issues and with the advantage of that, and also the rates for the behavioral health CBO has mentioned and how that's going to work. I do want to mention a few other things. First is I'm very glad to see the restructuring of the peer support services to have them be with the outpatient clinics, where peer support staff can provide services to leverage the Medi-Cal for reimbursement. Our efforts to expand the peer support is really important in our behavioral health, right? And I'm absolutely thrilled to see that the recommended restructuring of our narcotic treatment program, the NTP opioid treatment program, the OTP, and integrating the mobile NTP services. Because after all, 2 years ago, I wrote this referral for mobile opioid treatment clinics because I truly fundamentally believe that, we really need to get our services to the community where the users are, right, that needs help, instead of expecting them to come to our clinics. And so my office and I have requested an overview of the mobile NTP services deployment of the mobile vans in the North and South County, and I'm be excited to follow up during the later June budget hearings. Next, I'm glad to see the redesign of our Older Adults Connections program, providing high-quality specialty mental health care to our older adults, and certainly there are more of them, and I'm becoming one of them. With increased focus on support our older adult population, I hope we can make more meaningful impact on reducing the older adult suicide rates and crisis services that we see. So I just want to say thank you so much for all those very impactful and important decisions been made. And James, go ahead.
Oh, if I could just make a kind of overall comment regarding behavioral health, I really want to thank the behavioral health team that's here today, and also the other executives and managers and other staff who are not. There's so much happening in this space. Not only the charge from this board to do significant expansions of work, but numerous state mandates, most of which are not funded or insufficiently funded, at a time when all of the major revenue sources for the department, Medi-Cal, 2011 realignment, MHSA, and general fund, are fiscally constrained or have structural imbalances. And so the sheer volume of initiatives, the expansion and reorganization of services, the need for increased efficiency and productivity in both our in-house and our community partner operations, the fee-for-service changes and reforms we were talking about, SB 43, Care Court, AOT, on and on. So much is happening, and I just have to acknowledge that it is challenging to juggle all those pieces all at the same time. This is one of the spaces where we have so much happening all at once. And on the fiscal side in particular, one proposal that was not discussed but that I think is really helpful going forward is we're moving some fiscal resources from central health and hospital in the budget, recommended budget proposal into the department to help strengthen kind of the focus on the behavioral health funding streams specifically, especially as we enter a more constrained fiscal environment with the shift of state funding and MHSA and other dollars away from counties. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. Some of these are difficult conversations. Some of these reorganizations are difficult reorganizations. Some of the conversations happening with staff around efficiency and productivity are very challenging conversations. But it's a lot, and at the end of it all, to keep the focus squarely on the tremendous community need and the need to increase and enhance those services to the greatest extent possible. So thank you for letting me add that comment.
No, thank you, James. Really appreciate it. It's 7:15, and now we will now recess to Tuesday, tomorrow, May 13th at 1:30 p.m. right here. Same channel, same place, and we'll continue the budget workshop starting with the Children, Seniors, and Families Committee departments. Thank you so much for our budget guru, OBA staff, security staff, and community that came to speak on this section of the budget. Thank you.